1, 2, 3. I'd like to welcome you to the third session of the Australian National Budgerigar Championship here in Launceston. The judges have changed today. We've got James Bader and Rod Turnbull are judging together, and Nigel Tonkin and Jim Fletcher are judging together. Now, just before we start, just a reminder, table settings, the table settings is outside, so if you haven't placed your names on the table, do so. And most important, if you haven't placed your names down on the register of attending, it's most important to do so that the Budgerigar Council of Tasmania can get the grant for hosting this event. So that's a most important thing to do, and also registering your seating place. Otherwise, you'll be sitting on somebody else's lap. Okay, so I'll remind you during the show. Thanks very much. Right, James. James and Nod. There, you got the clear body. Nod.
Well, good morning everybody, and welcome back to the live stream of the 48th ANB Championship Show here in Launceston. For all of those who joined us yesterday, I hope you enjoyed the day, and we look forward to today's activity. We welcome all those who have arrived on our live stream today for the first time. Just before they actually kick off, I just want to make mention, if we can, right at the beginning, of our major sponsors. We've got Media Stable, Golden Cob, Country Club,
Events Tasmania, Hentley Farm,
Trill,
Applied Nutrition, so Tummy Right, and obviously the ANBC and the Budgerigar Council of Tasmania.
And I do remember, and I know Cadbury, because I ate some of their chocolate yesterday.
Yes, Mondello's have been good. They're down here in Tasmania. Village Cinemas, Australian Bird Keeper, and of course Veta Farm.
Yeah, we all know about Veta Farm. So anyway, we're about to kick off today, and in our first group on the left we have two national judges who happen to be partners. So we have James Bader and Rod Turnbull, and they're doing the clear bodies. And on the other side we have Nigel Tonkin and Jim Fletcher, and they're doing the lacewings. I did have the fortune of being able to have a look at most of the classes beforehand, and my eye has cast in the clear bodies two birds that I thought would do really well, and that is P and T. And then when I looked at the lacewings, there were four birds I thought would do extremely well today, and that's B, J, Q and G. So if we go to the clear bodies, and I think we'll get Troy to call out the names of the exhibitors and their cage number.
So in cage A we have John Ennis from Victoria. In cage B, Jay Giuani from North and Central Queensland. In cage C, G. Giuani from North and Central Queensland. In cage D, Jason and Wayne Wiedenhofer from South Australia. In cage E, we have Ben Bathels from WA. In cage F, Jay Giuani. So they've got all three of the clear bodies here today for North and Central Queensland. In cage G, Wayne Keisha from Victoria. In cage H, Brett Dean from Tasmania. In cage I, Les Trumper from Western Australia. In cage J, Jason and Wayne Wiedenhofer from South Australia. In cage K, Phil Edgar from South Queensland. Rounding off all three birds from South Australia, Jason and Wayne Wiedenhofer. In cage L, we have Brett Dean also from Tasmania, so he's got a couple in there. Ben Bathels again from WA, and he's featured in there a couple of times. Brett Dean from Tasmania again. Maddie Hollyoak from New South Wales. We have the Bowl family in cage Q from South Queensland. And we have Greg Gregorio from New South Wales in cage R. We have Phil Edgar from South Queensland in cage S. We have Jeffrey Leong in cage T from Victoria. And we have Ian L. Green from New South Wales in cage 2.
And I'm going to talk about the owners and cage numbers in the second class up there, which is the Lacewings. So in cage A, we have Trevor Johnson from Tasmania. Cage B, Jeffrey Leong from Victoria. From South Australia, we have the Marshall family in cage C. In cage D, P. Cross from Tasmania. And we have another Tasmanian next up in cage E, Mel Goldsmith. Cage F, we see P. Thompson from North and Central Queensland. G, we have G and T. Sinclair from New South Wales. In cage H, we have a name that we're familiar with, and that's M. Pace from North and South Queensland. In cage I, we have Whitney and Harris from New South Wales. From South Australia, we have the Marshall family in cage J. And we have in cage K, Shaw family from South Queensland. Cage L, John Barden from New South Wales. That's a name that most of us know. In cage M, of course, Mick Gearing from Western Australia. Cage N, Shane and Barb Beer from South Queensland. In South Australia, the Holmes family are represented in cage O. In cage P and Q, we have birds from John Innes from Victoria, so he has 2 in this class. In cage R, we have once again Mick Gearing from Western Australia, so Mick has a couple of entries as well. We have Brian Walters in cage T from South Queensland, and last but not least in U, we have Al Mayers from Western Australia. So in our stream at the moment, we can see we have the Lacewings, and if I remember correctly, I mentioned one of the birds I thought would do really well would be cage B, and there he is sitting at top in front. I also mentioned that I thought G would do extremely well, so we've got that running second at this point in time. So far my eye's not letting me down.
So the bird from G is the bird from G&T Sinclair. Sinclair is... Glenn Sinclair is the gentleman, I believe, who won the Lacewings last year. Is that right, from New South Wales?
Oh, I think you're correct. So obviously good to see he has a depth of stud and has the ability to double up.
Definitely. Interestingly, the Marshall family has a bird in here, cage J, which is the auction bird later today. So that'll be featured in this class here.
Right. Well, Jay was one of the birds in the Lacewing class that I thought would do extremely well. So there's certainly going to be a good budgerigar for sale this afternoon. Right. Now that if we could perhaps just slip over to the other class, the clear bodies. And with our live stream, here we go. This is the first time we've looked at these birds.
Cage Q we have in front is from the Bowl family. Cage P is the bird from Maddie Hollyoak from New South Wales. And Cage U is a bird from Ian J. Green in New South Wales.
Okay. And strong looking budgie.
So interestingly, in the clear body class the year prior, we had Jeffrey Leong had won that in Victoria, and I believe Jeffrey also won it in SA.
Yep, I think.
And
right.
Jeffrey ran 1-2 last year.
That's right, and he certainly represented again today with a bird.
Cage T, he's sitting in fourth at the moment.
Right. So we'll just see how he performs. I don't think he's been on the perch at this stage. But there looks to be a fairly strong lineup of birds. I did see a really nice hen in cage A. And there she is. She's on the top row too.
So she's sitting in about fifth at the moment. She's from John Ennis.
Right.
Cage I is Les Trumper from WA.
She's a lovely clean hen, isn't she?
His cage G is Wayne Cassia from Victoria.
Right, and if we can just go back now and just have a look at what's happening.
Cage R rounding out there is Greg Gregorio from New South Wales.
If we can have a look at the second class again. And look, there's some really strong birds there. Really strong. Look at that beautiful hen in cage. I think it's Q, which was one of the birds that I mentioned would do extremely well today. Right.
So cage D there is Peter Cross from Tasmania. And the locals up there. Cage P is the John Ennis bird. Cage G is the G&T Sinclair bird of New South Wales. And cage B is the Jeffrey Leong Lacewing hen.
Is it a hen or I think it might be a cock actually. Yeah. He's a powerful thing. So far I've got the birds that I observed earlier on. I've got two of them, B and G, sitting first and second. So my eyes just a bit attuned at the moment. And that's what happens when you come along to the Nationals and you look at the birds. You can instantly recognise the standouts. Don't you hate it when those birds hang on the wire in the cage fronts? Yep. Okay, and you can see there, just working the birds now, getting them off the floor onto the perch without upsetting them too much. Yeah, I think wouldn't it be nice if we could have a look at the scores total as of last night after we finished our judging. Excuse me. And what we find is we have the leaderboard. We have Victoria on, 386, followed by New South Wales at 362. We have South Australia in third on 302. We have South Queensland behind them on 285. North and Central Queensland on 243. Western Australia on 170 and Tasmania on 140. So I suspect probably the biggest move we noticed was South Australia going from fourth up to third. As expected earlier on, we have Victoria with a slight gap. Can they maintain it? That's going to be the question, as I did see some very strong birds. Okay, so back on the live stream, we still have the the white cockbird leading at this point in time. And of course, as we mentioned, he's actually owned by Jeffrey Leong. Okay, and we've actually just brought Jeffrey Leong into our microphone position. So good morning, Jeffrey.
Morning.
How are you feeling at the moment with your bird being pulled out and straight to first position?
Exciting.
It's exciting.
Yep.
Yeah. So the heart's beating at a fast pace. Just a little background for people. How long have you been breeding budgies for?
17 years.
17 years. So it doesn't happen overnight that you breed such successful budgies, does it?
No. Yeah, hard work.
It is hard work, and we all know lots of hard work and lots of heartache.
Yep.
Can you just tell people on the live stream how many first places you've won at the Nationals?
13.
13.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good effort in 17 years. Some of us, myself included, have been breeding for longer than that and not won that number. So congratulations.
Thank you.
As we're going along, and we see sitting in second place is G, and G was the bird owned by G&T Sinclair from New South Wales. Right. So as we head back to the clear bodies, and I think Jeffrey, you've actually got a clear body in the class as well.
Yes, clear body. Yep.
And it's a cockbird, and if my memory serves me correctly, we mentioned earlier on, we actually had you winning the clear bodies last year and the year before. So
yes.
2 years in a row. So we're looking for a three-peat this year. And where are we? I can actually see that you're currently sitting in second place. Is that correct?
No, I think we're in fourth.
Fourth,
Yeah,
is it?
fourth.
Right.
Looks like we're about to go to third. There we go.
yeah,
You've moved
yeah.
up one. If you
Okay.
can keep that, Stephen, you can usher him up into first with a couple of those
Keep
comments.
wishing. As you see, he's very wide, isn't he? He's solid budgie all the way through from the shoulders right through to the top.
Stephen, for those at home that don't know clear bodies, why would his markings be a little bit lighter than possibly the opalines?
Grey-green?
That's right.
Yeah.
Well, that's part of the reason.
Yeah.
So you can see it has that musty yellow
Yeah, yep.
colour as opposed to, you know, a vibrant green or, you know, the intensity that you see the blues against their dark markings.
Yes.
Oh,
Normal, yeah.
So, and normal variety doesn't show the contrast by comparison to the dark markings of an opaline.
So, Jeffrey, is the bird here that you have in cage T related to the birds that you won with last year?
Yes,
in
yes,
the
yes, yes.
So the family continues on. And that's the secret, isn't it? You have good ones and you actually have to get young from the good ones to
Yes,
keep the
yes,
families
yeah.
going. Right. Just while they're conferring there, if we can go back to the other class. Yeah, to the lacewings. And in the lacewings, they're still very much liking the first and second birds. They haven't changed much. An observation I made earlier, I thought G was a very strong bird, but just not quite in condition today. He just needed that extra week to give him that extra bloom. An observation that we made yesterday was that the birds that sat back in the cage, as you can see, are very calm, and that's because the cage itself is in a little bit of a shadow, whereas the birds that are running up and down quite often were in front of the cage where there was an intensity of light. So that does make a difference.
That cockbird in cage B hasn't moved.
No. Training is everything, isn't it?
Jeffrey must have had Ian Hunter over training him. Is that
Oh,
right?
well, Ian is certainly the master of getting his birds to show. And we're going to see that later on. He's got some birds in classes.
He certainly
Clear
seemed
body.
right at the perch.
Yeah.
You see your clear bodies running up and down the cage at the minute. So he'll get back on the perch a little bit later. Although what will happen is the judges are quite happy with their top row at this stage. So I think they're,
No, they've moved the Sinclair bird back to third, and Johnny Ennis has been moved up to second.
right. And if we can just head over to the other couple doing the lacewings. And they're taking just a slightly closer look now just to make sure that they have all the required flights. And unfortunately it happens that often the bird can drop the flights in the few days prior to the national show. And what are we seeing? We're seeing movement here where we've got a bird from fifth moving up to third. And it's D, and D belongs to P. Cross from Tasmania. So that was a good jump for him. And you can see why. She's a lovely looking hen, isn't she? Very broad shoulders, nice length, some nice directional feather, and she also looks to be in perfect condition, doesn't she?
She does. I think some people have really invested a good amount of time
And
in
the
it.
other thing, I don't know if you noticed, but the intensity of colour for the lacewing yellow. Like, it's a beautiful colour, isn't she?
Yes, very
Very
strong
deep
colour.
buttercup
Yeah,
yellow. Yeah. And that's one of the hard things. Often you see them that are sort of a little bit diluted in the colour, but beautiful when you look at them. Okay, now what's happening over with the other couple? James and Rod. They're standing there. They're looking at
Cage P, which is a Matty Hollyoak bird.
yeah.
And a good discussion about it.
Yeah, you would have thought these two were in tune with each other, wouldn't you? Being members of partnership, but they're both strong individuals with different ideas. Having been able to talk with them many, many times, one will see one thing, and one has a preference for another feature. So, and that's why you noticed yesterday, and I'm sure you'll notice today, the first class often seems to take a little bit longer because it takes them a little while to work out.
Yeah.
And how they need to find common ground. Right, so we still have in the clear bodies, we have bird Q in first place.
It's the Bowl family.
Right, we have the bird P in second.
Matty Hollyoak from New South Wales.
In G we have
Wayne Keisha from Victoria.
and in T we have
Jeffrey Leon, the man sitting in between us.
Yep.
KJ, we have Johnny Ennis from Victoria.
Okay, so Victoria well represented. They've got 3 in the top 5.
KG is Ian J Green.
Yep.
Can't quite see the next one.
No, Rod, get out of the way. Here we go. That's
I
I.
is Les Trumper from WA.
Yeah, and
And
there's a bit of
Cage
movement
R.
there, so I's moving up one.
Craig Gregorio, who is also from New South Wales. Then we go to Cage F, which is Jay Juani from North and Central. Janine, I should say, from North and Central Queensland. Cage D is Jason and Wayne Wiedenhofer from SA.
Yep.
And Cage J is also Jason and Wayne Wiedenhofer from SA. I
Okay.
believe you'll find one of those two birds is actually in the national auction this year.
Okay, another top budgerigar being put up for auction. Okay, now if we go back to the other couple, they've topped and tailed their birds, so they're happy with their top row, which they brought down. They brought the bottom row up to the top, and they're looking at the birds now at eye level, making sure they give everyone's bird an opportunity to impress and show off. Okay, it's interesting that quite often there's not a lot of movement amongst the top row to the bottom row, but you will see some of the birds moving up and down that row. Okay, as the birds can show themselves off. I actually thought when I looked at this class that there was an enormous amount of depth and quality in the lacewings compared to other years. So obviously there's a lot of breeders working very hard on this variety. Some years you look at classes and you go, okay, this year the cinnamons are really, really strong. Next year it might be the opalines. This year I certainly noticed, for me, the lacewings were really strong and they had lots of depth. As we're going to see later on, the hens, I don't know that the hens are as strong as last year. There's some really good hens, but the depth last year was amazing. So each year you have classes that come to the fore and you have other classes that drop back a little bit. Not taking away from the winners, of course. But here we go. Right.
So we've had some movement over in the clear bodies. If we can move back there, it looks like Wayne Keisha from Victoria has been moved up to first place over the Bowl family from Queensland into clear bodies. So the Victorian bird there.
G.
Yeah, well, you can see why. You have a look at the strength of the shoulder. It's quite clean.
Better on the cap.
That's right. The cap feather's really good. You can see how it travels way past the eye, a good centimetre back. And the contrast, the body colour is lovely, and a contrasting colour to the wing pattern. There's a lot to like about that budgerigar. All right. And here they're still, James and Rod are still talking about the top row birds. But what are we seeing? We're seeing a shift again. Okay. And lo and behold, that's T. T has moved up another place, so it's gone from 4th to 3rd. And I'm sure what they're going to be impressed with that budgie there is the strength of body, right? The thickness from the shoulders right through to the top. Okay.
Cage P that we're looking at there is Maddie Hollyoak. It's been put down to 4th. Maddie from New South Wales.
Yeah.
We then have Cage A, which is John Ennis from Victoria.
John's having a great national, isn't he?
Yes.
Yep, he's got birds represented in at least 3 classes. He won one yesterday. And I'm not sure where he's going in the lacewings, but I'm sure he's got one in there, I'm sure. He's got 2 actually, P and Q in the lacewings.
In Cage 1 there we're seeing the bird from Les Trumper from WA.
Yeah. Okay. So I must say the camera work's been really good for the live stream. We get to see just every bird.
So Cage U we're looking at there is Ian J. Green from New South Wales.
Okay, that's not a name I'm familiar with, so isn't it good to hear of other breeders being successful in getting a bird to represent their state or zone team? How's the heart beating? You okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's still in first place, so you don't have to worry at this stage. Right. Okay.
How long have you been breeding lacewings for, Jeffrey?
3 years.
3 years?
Yeah.
You can see they're still talking there, and I'd love to have a microphone on the guy so we could hear what they're actually saying.
So Jeffrey Stevens offered when he gets his next judging gig as a national judge to mic up. So you'll hear him, what he's got to say up there, and we're very excited for that prospect.
Yes.
Of when that happens.
He gave the idea.
It'll just be interesting to understand what the judges are looking for and where they fit.
Okay, so there's been a little bit of movement in the lacewing, so you can see on the live stream we've got a photograph of both classes at the same time. Yeah. Okay, have a look.
So this is the bird from Wayne Keisha from Victoria.
Yeah. I don't know, all these Victorians, they must all be taking lessons from Ian Hunter. The birds don't move. And that's one of the hard things, you know, when you're at this level, you want the birds to stand up. You want it to say, look at me, here I am, I'm going to win. If you're running up and down the cage or you're playing with the front of the cage itself or on the wire, it makes it a bit hard to see the qualities that you're presenting.
How would you describe the difference on the wing in the between, say, G and Q, Stephen?
The mark, the pigment, the marking on
the clarity of colour and the contrast in colour. You know, the grey as opposed to the sky blue. You know, one really sets off. You know, it's like black and white. So we have Q, T, P. P was one of the birds that I really liked, actually. It's a beautiful, big, strong hen. So far, the predictions are good. Okay. I'm not sure that New South Wales will be happy with how things are proceeding at the moment, because Victoria are going to score very well in both classes that are up there. When you get to 25 or 30 points in 6 or 7 classes to go, it's very hard to make up that gap. All right, so there's been a little bit. We're doing top and tailing at this point in time with the clear bodies. So, of course, what's happening there is you've got the birds on the bottom, or second row, I shouldn't say bottom, on the second row, coming to the top so that the judges can stand back and have a look at those birds at eye level to make sure they haven't missed one, to make sure they're not seeing any problems that they've overlooked so far.
So maybe if we can start at the top of the lacewings there and have a look at the cage numbers that we're looking through.
Yeah, so we've got K in the lacewings, belongs to the Shaw family from South Queensland. E is Matt Goldsmith from Tasmania. And if we move along just a little bit, just slowly, in our live stream feed, that's great. Look, I is the next one, and that belongs to Whitney and Harris Partnership from New South Wales. Okay, going along, the next one we see is Cage H, and Cage H is M. Pace from North and Central Queensland. Okay, so they're looking closely. We have Cage T, and that belongs to Brian Walters of South Queensland. Okay, and so Brian Walters from South Queensland's moved up the place, and you might think, well, that's not that significant, but it makes a difference in the point score. And that's why it's important that the judges judge all the way from first right through to 20, 21, depending on the number of birds in the class. You will find in a couple of classes there are 1 or 2 birds missing, and that can happen because of the travelling and being placed in cages with strange birds. Accidents happen, unfortunately. Birds stress, they don't eat. You might have a hen who decides, I like that male or I don't like that one, and they take a swipe at them and injure them, like I'm sure the double factor spangle we saw yesterday, which had a little nip in its eye, which spoilt it. That was a result of another bird just grabbing it with their beak.
So cage N we're looking at there is Shane and Barb Beer from South Queensland. Cage M is Mick Gearing from WA.
Yeah.
And cage U is Luke Mayers from WA.
All right. And once again, cage M. Can you see the intensity of colour there? Yeah. Right. We'll take this opportunity to just mention that the rosettes for Class 19 have been sponsored by a very well-known name in budgie breeding, and that's the Bowl family from Queensland. So we thank them very much for their contribution to the Nationals.
And our lacewing sponsor here for the rosettes is Tammy Edwards, who's been a sponsor across many of the classes here at the Nationals this weekend. So thank you, Tammy.
Okay. Those people that sponsor the rosettes, they just certainly make the success of the Nationals just that much better. Right, now we're going back to just doing a perusal up and down the line in hello. All of a sudden we've got something that we saw a little bit of yesterday, where we've got all 4 judges looking at a particular bird. Yeah. And this is where it would be really interesting to have a microphone so you could hear what is the issue, what are they looking at. And I do know there is a budgerigar we're going to see a little bit later on that actually has a toe or part of its toe missing. So it'll be interesting to see if that gets picked up.
See if we can pick up the cage number of this.
Yeah, it's H.
H is the bird belonging to Michael Pace from North and Central Queensland.
Okay, well, I'm not sure. And I know we look forward to listening to the judges' comments after as to why. And I think I've already told you why. Oh no, it's actually not the class. The class is coming a little bit later on. And as is the policy when you're judging at the National, if there is a bird that you think has an issue, rather than just instantly put it out, except, for instance, if a bird has, say, lost its tail completely, you confer with the other judges to make sure that everybody is on the same page.
Interestingly, Stephen, the bird that's in cage G below cage H there, the bird that's currently running fourth from Glenn Sinclair, that bird is actually a son of last year's national winner. Okay. And it's a full brother to the white hen in the auction later today.
Okay.
So,
and it's just really, really strong budgerigar, isn't it? Yeah. Well, I don't know. Did the bird in question, the bird in H, did it get moved?
Didn't get moved.
No? Okay, so obviously, whatever the issue is, they were satisfied that the bird's not a problem. So as we go back, we still see that Jeffrey's bird is still in first place. That heart of yours must be just about worn out.
We can hear it through the microphone.
Nah.
So, like yesterday, this is the first class that these judges' combinations have been together, and it is taking just a little bit longer than later on in the later on in the morning. You'll see that they'll get through them in a much quicker time. So, as we said, in the Lacewing class, in first place we have cage B, which is Jeffrey Lyons. Right, in second place we have cage Q, and that belongs to John Innes for Victoria, and you can see that's a beautiful hen. And coincidentally, at our Shield judging last weekend, that's exactly the order that the birds were placed in.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, so nothing's changed. Okay, in third place we have cage D, which is the P Cross from Tasmania, so it's good to see they're up there. And in fourth place we have cage G, G&T Sinclair from New South Wales. And this is the bird that I was really impressed with when I looked earlier on. But I don't know if you can see, he's just, 1 or 2 weeks away from being feather perfect. And the skill is getting the birds to be just right on the day. And it's the hardest thing to do. One day of the year you've got to have them looking perfectly just right. Okay. How hard, Jeffrey, is it to pick it, to get them right on the day?
Oh, very hard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there any luck involved in that?
No.
No? It's just hard work?
Yeah, hard work.
Yeah, exactly.
So cage J we're looking at there, that is up on the top shelf. That is the auction bird
Right.
of the Marshall family.
Okay. Well, that's a good budgie for someone. Right, what's happening there? We've got a bird moving.
Cage being brought up from the Shaw family
Yep.
from South Queensland.
So there's still a little bit of movement on the top shelf.
I'm going to move back and have a look at the clear bodies now. In cage G, we have Wayne Keisha,
Yeah.
still sitting in first position.
Yeah, I don't think they've moved them. I think G and Q is still much the same, and I have a sneaking suspicion that they're pretty much ready to mark the cages. And here we
Yeah,
go.
yep.
So congratulations to Wayne. That's a win from Victoria.
Had a bit of cheering in the background
Yes.
there.
Yeah, we can hear that. In second place, we have Cage Q,
From the
and
Bowl
that
family.
is the Bowl family from Queensland, South Queensland. And of course, they're one of the Rosette sponsors today. In third place, we have Cage T, Jeffrey Leong from Victoria. In fourth place, we have Cage P, which is Matt Hollyoaks from New South Wales. And that was the big hen that I saw earlier on this morning. All right. Okay. You can just see that a budgie in Cage P in the clear bodies. She hasn't moved. Cage A is fifth.
John Ennis.
Yeah, okay, another Victorian. So once again, Victoria scoring very well.
I is Les Trumper from WA.
Well, you'd have to be pleased, Les, wouldn't he?
He would.
The bird coming all the way over and being presented in such immaculate condition. So obviously the carers have done a great job.
In cage U, we have Ian J. Green from New South Wales.
All right, pity he's not on the perch. We could see how good it was.
In 8th, we have Cage L, which is Jason and Wayne Wiedenhofer from South Australia.
And next up we have Cage R, and that belongs to Greg Gregorio from New South Wales.
And Cage J is a bird, again, from Jason and Wayne Wiedenhofer.
They have a few birds here, and Cage B
Here we go.
is...
The results of Class 19, clear body. G, first. Q, second. T, third. P, fourth. A, fifth. I, sixth. U, seventh. L, eighth. R, ninth. J, 10th. B, 11th. D, 12th. S, 13th. N, 14th. K, 15th. F, 16th. M, 17th. H, 18th. O, 19th. C, 20th. And E, 21. James will talk on the birds.
Morning all. What a lovely way to start the day, wasn't it? For those who woke up early enough to see it, and I know the carers missed it, all the carers, but the sunrise this morning and that fog just cascading all the way through was just absolutely lovely. But we do appreciate all the work that the carers do as judges, but also as exhibitors. They do an amazing job, so thank you. So Rod and I judge the clear bodies to start the day. Really strong class, especially on that top row, some really good calibre birds up there. The Spangle Grey, the clear body grey, see, everyone does it. Bit early, I did watch the sunrise, maybe that's why. But obviously we made some people happy with that first place bird, that clear body grey, and that was really nice to hear, I suppose. But in saying that, really strong bird. When she gets up there, shows, and once she does get up, she just stands there like a statue, lets it rip. Lovely depth of mask, shoulder, feather texture, height above the eye, really solid head, in great nick too. So congratulations to the winner. The second place bird, yeah, I'll get it. Snoopy, settle down, mate. Second place bird was a clear body sky hen. Again, really nice bird, probably a little bit out of condition, but a real powerful bird. Lovely shoulder, showed pretty well, stands off the perch nicely, good deportment, but like I said, that width of shoulder, feather texture, depth of mask, really solid hen. The third place bird was the grey-green cockbird. Got to work him a little bit to get him the show, but geez, he's a nice solid bird, good shoulder, feather texture, good mask, some width of cap, some back skull, real solid bird. The opaline light green hen again, really strong budgie, powerful hen. Probably didn't have the style maybe or the showmanship of the others, but geez, what a strong budgie. Yeah, like I said, feather texture, width of shoulder, some really nice spots. When she lets it go a little bit, she really looks the part, but a real powerful hen. Fifth bird, a real nice solid grey-green, opaline grey-green hen again. Nice spot impact. Really stylish bird, gets up there. A little bit of flecking, but in all honesty, real powerful hen, so congratulations to the breeder of that as well. But that top row, there's some real nice, stylish clear bodies in there, so congratulations to anyone on that top row.
Okay, well, they just finished marking the cages in the other class, the Lacewing, and I'm pleased to announce that the winner of that class was Jeffrey Leong from Victoria, and he's been sitting with us here in the commentary. So congratulations,
thank you,
Jeffrey. I hope you're feeling well. I've chewed
nervous.
Your fingernails down. I'm a bit nervous because right at the end there, they were looking at the bird and they were sticking him, and Jeffrey was thinking, "Oh my God, he's going to move him," but he didn't. And a deserved winner. You can have a look. He's such a solid budgerigar. And the cage, commiserations to the person who bred the birding cage too, because it's a lovely budgie too. And I just happen to know that it's actually a sister to the dark green cinnamon that won the class in cinnamon class yesterday. So that's a brilliant family of budgerigars.
I would like to apologise to the country club for the Jeffrey's chair because he may have crushed the edges of it there in the last couple of minutes. He was getting a little bit nervous. They were looking very hard at the bird, but
so if we have a look on our live stream, we can see Victoria 26 points. So the maximum number of points you can win in a class is 27. So Victoria's scooting ahead a little bit further on New South Wales, who only scored 20, so we've moved another 6 points ahead. And being a Victorian, I sit here with a little bit of smile on my face. Okay, and you can see the scale of points as we move down.
Thank you to Events Tasmania there, our Class 19 class sponsors.
Yeah, and of course the Bowl family for their rosettes. Thank you. We must be just about due to hear about the placings of all the Lacewing. And you can see, B and Q.
The results of class 20. Class 20, Lacewing. One, two, three. Class 20, Lacewing. Cage B is first. Cage Q is second. Cage K is third. Cage D is fourth. Cage P is fifth. Cage G is sixth. Cage F is seventh. Cage L is eighth. Cage J is ninth. Cage C is 10th. Cage A is 11th. Cage E is 12th. Cage I is 13th. Cage H is 14th. Cage O is 15th. Cage R is 16th. Cage N is 17th. Cage M is 18th. Cage U is 19th, and cage T and S are DQ'd.
Well, good morning, everybody. Hope you had a nice night last night. We went to the Cock and Bull pub downtown. It was great. So we just had the pleasure of going through the lacewings. I'm a lacewing breeder, so I like the lacewing variety. We did come across a lot of tail issues. There's some really nice birds up there with very short tails, and you'll see that as you go through the birds later on. There's also a bird in cage G, I think it is, probably around about 6 or something. Big fella, but oh God, his condition's bad. He showed really good for a while, and I thought, oh, he's got a lovely mask and all that sort of stuff, but his condition let him down. But getting back to the top end, which is where we should be talking about, the big white fella in cage B, he stood out right from the start. He's a good, solid budgie. Once again, though, his wings should have been dipped before he had him in the cage early morning this morning, because some of his flights are a bit twisted. Q moved up the ranks. He moved from right down the bottom right up to the second place, mainly on his condition, but he's a good style budgie, and Q. K and D and P, I think, all got little tail issues, short in tail. You can see the tails there, but that's let them down, you see. So it is what it is. We did have to disqualify 2 birds for visually no tail at all, unfortunately. We got the other judges to come up and check it out, but it was a pleasing variety. But there are a lot of tail issues, very short tails. So, I think when you're getting ready for the national show, you need to 6 weeks out. You need to start looking to see if your tails are there, coming down or not, and maybe do something about it. But overall, very pleasing class, and there's quite a few opalines and normals up there, so it was good. Thank you very much.
And congratulations to the winner there. And I think what we're going to be seeing is on the left-hand side of the stage, we have the next class up, which I am led to believe should be the Fallows. And when I had a look earlier on today, I did notice there were a couple of spots missing. So obviously a couple of birds didn't travel well, or maybe the third bird is a little bit off colour. But if we go to the live stream, we should see the score for the lacewings. Just while they're... Here we go. Okay, so we have, as we can see, Victoria getting the maximum number of points, 27. And I'm looking down to see New South Wales, 10, 17. So Victoria should have moved further ahead. The one that we have a lot of interest in is South Australia, and how did they score? 15. So I think you probably find South Australia is still ahead of... Oh, right. Okay, here's the leaderboard. That's the one I want to see. Oh, no. What did I tell you? South Australia are a little bit further ahead than they were yesterday of South Queensland, but you've got to see Victoria's moved further ahead. 439, New South Wales 400, South Australia 330, South Queensland 317, North and Central Queensland 265, Western Australia 188, and Tasmania 159. Okay, now if we go back to the Fallows, and when I had a look at these earlier on, where did I put them?
We have Alan and Chris Drury in cage C from New South Wales. In cage D, Keevers and Hoskisson from South Queensland. In cage E, Marie and Paul McCusker from New South Wales. In cage F, no entry from Tasmania. In cage G, A Buffer from North and Central Queensland. In cage H, we have Norm Wheatley from WA. In cage I, Norm Wheatley from WA. In cage J, we have Kelvin Kokoski from South Australia. In cage K, we have the Holmes family from South Australia. In cage L, we have Michael Pace from North and Central Queensland. In cage M, we have Ray Slade from Victoria. In cage M, we have T&M Benbow from South Queensland. In O, we have Jay Wright from Victoria. In cage P, we have K&C Goff from South Queensland. In Q, we have Michael Pace from North and Central Queensland. In cage R, we have Ali Humadi from Victoria. In cage S, no entry. In T, the Holmes family from South Australia. And in U, Maddie Hollyoak from New South Wales.
Okay, and as I mentioned earlier on, I had the pleasure of being able to have a look at these birds before they were benched, and in the Fallows, the birds that stood out to my eye very quickly were D, N and O. And if what I'm seeing is correct, D's gone straight to first place. The other two that I like at this stage haven't been recognised, but we'll just wait and see what happens. Okay. All right, and on the opposite side, all right, if we can go to the opposite side, and hopefully I can run through the cages. So in cage A, not too fast, guys. In cage A, we have the bird from Tasmania, Dale Ward. In cage B, we have Jason and Wayne Wiedenhofer from South Australia. In cage C, we have B. Bartholz from Western Australia. D, we have Hedra Kamal from Victoria. In cage E, from New South Wales, we have Adrian Corden as representative. F, O'Callaghan family from North and Central Queensland. In G, we have Luke Connor from New South Wales. H is Jay McLeod from South Queensland. Oh, I'm going too fast, sorry. Okay, I, we have P. Cross from South Australia. In J, we have Ian and Gina Wise from South Australia. All right, if we go down to the next row. All right. If we can just move in. We have K, which is Roy Blair from Tasmania. The next one along is KJL, and unfortunately the judges are standing in the way. But I can tell you that's Ian Snyder from North and Central Queensland. Don't you love when the judges block out your view?
Joining us in the commentary box, we have Dale Keevers, a very nervous man from South Queensland. Dale, how are you going?
Yes, very nervous indeed, Troy.
Sitting up there in cage D at the front of the fellow class.
Yes.
Do you love your fellows?
I do, mate, I do indeed. We have had hopes for this boy for a while. He's not carrying the best condition at the moment, but yeah. He's still
Oh my God, I didn't realise. Sitting in cage K beside you is Holmes.
Oh, you didn't realise.
No, I honest to God. I didn't actually know that. That bird wasn't moved.
Of course he knew. He knows what cage number it is.
Oh my God, we're sitting beside each other. I swear to God, I did not know that. Sitting on the perch too.
Yeah.
It's got to be an imposter.
I know why it's sitting on the perch.
Because Kelly trained it.
That's right. You certainly didn't.
I'm not going to lie. These are actually Kelly's fellows.
Yeah,
so
right.
she paired the pair up.
Yeah.
So
He's doing good.
Okay.
He's done very well.
He's a pretty strong bird indeed, isn't he?
So tell us a little bit about this guy, Dale.
Well, he's come along nicely. He was a very nice nest feather. And yeah, I was hoping he was being a bit better condition. He just, like most breeders at the moment, trying to keep their birds in condition. The weather's just not favourable for it.
And in the years gone by, you've obviously had some fellows here represented. Is this guy related to those?
Yes, yeah. I'm running basically 3 lines of fallows at the moment, but they all link together in some way. So, yeah.
Okay, and if we can just slip across to the other class, the Spangles.
The other class we're running here is the Spangles in Cage D. We have Hedra Kamel from Victoria.
So you can see the judges are starting to move the birds around. And we have Cage P currently running second, and that bird belongs to...
Peter Thorne.
Oh, get out of here. Peter Thorne. I think you mean Peter Thurn, don't you?
That's it.
Right.
In
Okay.
third place, we have Steve Draper from New South Wales.
Okay, well, that's great to hear. Steve's got a bird doing really well at the Nationals. He's a really nice person, Steve Draper.
Said that about me once. In fourth position, we have Cage O, which is Alan Kent from New South Wales. Alan's obviously selling out of birds this year, so there's a fantastic bird on the top bench that might be available at some point later this year.
Yeah, a bit sad to see these top breeders removing themselves from retiring from the hobby. They're very hard to replace.
We've got, if we can just pan back marginally to see the bird that just got brought up into
Q.
this Cage Q, which is G&P Dixon from Victoria.
Okay.
Cage E, we have Adrian Corner from New South Wales. And in Cage F, we have the O'Callaghan family from northern central Queensland.
Okay, well, the birds that stood out when I looked at them this morning before they were brought out onto the stage for judging were D, E, and S.
D, E, and S. So the Hedra Kamel bird, the Adrian Corner bird, and Steve Draper bird. You definitely should go into the bit of this crystal ball fortune telling, Steve.
Well, we'll wait and see.
You might have to think about becoming a judge.
Yeah, exactly.
In Cage H there we have Jay McLeod from South Queensland.
I think we're about to head back to the Fallow class. And not much has happened at this stage. It looks as though the same birds are in the same order.
So in Cage D we have Keevers and Hodgkinson. How do you think the missus will be right now sitting out there?
Oh, she's very nervous also, mate.
Is she pretty invested in the budgies?
Yeah, she is. It's actually very good having someone else that you can the same with you.
Yes. Very fortunate there.
Yeah.
Okay, in Cage M we have the bird from
Les Phillips.
Ray Slade.
Oh no, sorry, apologies, Ray
Ray
Slade.
Slade from Victoria.
I'm looking at the Spangle class.
It certainly shows some of the modern features that we require in bird. In fourth place we have KNC Goff from South Queensland. In O we have Jay Wright from Victoria. Looks to be another very solid budgerigar. And the next one along is Jay, and that belongs to Cowan Kokoski from South Australia. We haven't heard much of his name mentioned so far this weekend, so it's good to hear Cowan's representing his state. Cage R belongs to Ali Humadi from Victoria. For those of you who don't know, he's a back surgeon, and unfortunately he was on call this weekend, so he couldn't be over here. So he's working away at home, and I'm sure he's listening into our live feed at some point. Cage E. Yeah. That's what back surgeons do. They guarantee that people can keep walking through life. Cage E was M&P McCusker from New South Wales. Cage C is Alan and Chris Jury from New South Wales. So New South Wales have got two birds on the top row. And right, and we can see now we have a broad view of both judges.
So jumping into Cage G, down in the bottom row there, we have A Buffer from North and Central Queensland. In Cage L, we have Michael Pace from North and Central Queensland.
Something different about the colour of that budgerigar, isn't it? There's a suspect it's
In the
probably
cage.
a yellow face.
Cage N, which is T&M Benbow in South Queensland. Oh,
Okay, back to the Spangles.
in the Spangles, obviously we're sitting with Cage D still at the front, which is Hedrick Kamel. And then Cage P, which is...
And I've got a funny idea. Hedrick might have won last year, the Spangles. So he's doubled up. So what we've got currently at this stage,
Hedrick Kamel from from Victoria, correct.
halfway through the judging, we have Victoria sitting 1 and 2.
In Cage S, we have Steve Draper from New South Wales in third. In fourth, we have Cage O, which is Alan Kent from Queensland.
And it's starting to pull a little bit, and Q, you can see, is a little bit stressed and pulling and flapping his wings, so unfortunately that's going to spoil him unless the judges can settle him down. And that's what happens at this level, unfortunately. You can't afford to have the bird not perform.
In sixth, we have Cage E, Adrian Cornhill. In Cage F, we have the O'Callaghan family, currently running seventh.
Okay. The judges are just conferring.
In eighth, we have Cage G, which is Luke Connor from New South Wales. In Cage H, we have Jane McLeod. And in ninth, we have Ian and Gina Wise from South Australia. Rounding out the top bench.
Some very strong budgies in that class, for sure.
Oh, I think Spangles are always a strong
Yeah.
class. The top row in Spangles are nearly always good budgerigars. All right, so once again, back to the fellows. We must be getting close to the stage where they're going to put the bottom row up the top and the top row down, just so they can have a close look. And we can see they're still sorting the bottom row. No, they're moving them along, so I think it's just a matter of time now before we see the switch happening. And just while we're waiting for them to start moving the birds around, just a little thank you to our major sponsors, Golden Cob, Media Stable, the Country Club, Henry Farms, Trill, Tummy Right. All these people make sure that the show like this can go ahead. So we thank them very much. And for some of them, they're long-term sponsors, Golden Cob. They certainly make our job that much easier.
I'd like to thank Bader and Turnbull, who ironically are judging the fellow class, are actually the rosette sponsors for this variety. So thank you guys.
It's good to see budgie people giving back to the fancy. Congratulations. Right, and for the Spangle class, our rosette sponsors happen to be very, very good Spangle breeders themselves, and that's James Matthews
and Pam Hewitt.
And Pam Hewitt from New South Wales, and I've run into them earlier and spoken to them yesterday. I've yet to catch up with them today, but we thank you very much for your continued support. Once again, you make sure that an event like this can carry on and be successful. Okay.
So it looks like they're about to top and tail over it.
Yeah, an interesting feature that I've noticed on the first two birds is they actually have the proper target spots, don't they?
They do.
Yeah, which is not something you see all the time on Spangles. It's a major feature that we certainly can lose very easily. Likewise, the depth of markings on the feathers. It's a pretty smart budgie, the one in third place, isn't it? The grey-green.
Very
beautiful
nice.
style of bird, stands strongly off the perch.
Big shoulders.
Yeah.
From Steve Draper in New South Wales, that guy.
Is it? Well, congratulations, Steve. A lovely budgie. just unfortunate it's got the other two in front of it today, but that's what happens. Okay, I was talking to James Bader at breakfast this morning, and he was telling me he was just so impressed yesterday with the cinnamon class. He said even the bird that finished 20th, he said you give your eye teeth to have that in your breeding program. So that was, so far, in his eyes, the premier class of the show so far.
Super strong class, that's for sure.
So they're looking closely at the grey-green Spangle. I can only guess what they're looking at and seeing. And the grey, if I can just go back to the other bird. Yeah. And you can see the little feature that's standing out to me that the grey Spangle's doing. His tail's just not following through. And, you know, it's the little points like that that make the difference in their finals. See how he's moving the bird just to see if it's a temporary fault or a permanent one? No, I can see it. It looks like it's permanent. See how it just hinges a little bit?
Hangs down a little bit there.
Yeah, and it's just those little things that make, you know, the difference between finishing one place higher or one place lower. So the judges, I'd have to say at this point in time, are doing a good job sorting them out as they go. Unfortunately, you can see the bird in O pulling himself in. He hasn't relaxed. When he relaxes, you'll see it's a monster of a budgerigar. See, as they touch him, he just relaxes a little bit. It's interesting, some birds you need to work in the cage, so you need to move them from perch to perch. You need to touch them to wake them up. Other birds, like the one in S, just don't move. They just sit there. The same with the two birds in front. I don't think I've seen them move. So that's obviously had the hunter training influence. We talk about that, but I don't know if you've ever seen in hunters' birds. They never move. All right. But he's very powerful, the bird in first place in D. He may not be the longest budgie, but he has such strength all the way through. He's very square. And it's a feature that I think we're all looking to get into our birds, you know, that strength from shoulder all the way through to the top of the head.
You can see Jimmy likes the third bird.
Yeah, I think. Okay, and that's the bird that wasn't showing. And unfortunately, that's what happens at this highest level. If you don't perform at the very time the judge is looking, I'm surprised to see the grey move ahead of the light green. I think the light green's a bird that they probably just need to move from perch to perch rather than just have it sit in the one spot. But he's really strong.
Maybe if we can swing back and have a look on camera one at the fallows. There's still a little bit of rearrangement going on the bottom perch there, on the bottom stand, I should say. You can see, obviously, D still sitting in
D and K are in the same spot. It's the second row that they're just sorting through at the moment.
So U is the cage from Matty Hollyoak. G is from A Buffer in North and Central Queensland.
Right. And you can instantly see the difference between the two. One's just that much smaller.
C is from Alan and Chris Drury in New South Wales. N is from T&M Bembo in South Queensland. Cage Q is from Michael Pace in North and Central Queensland.
Okay, I'm not sure what happened there. Got moved down. Oh, okay, they're lining them up. I think they're going to start top and tailing.
Top and tailing's always a good sign, Dale, when you're sitting in front.
That's
top
right.
and tail. The only thing you could normally get pinged for is a tail or flights as they bring the birds down.
That's it. Yes.
It's happened to me twice.
Yes, it's always a good position to be in, but
It
yeah,
is.
it's still a long way to go.
Those hands are getting a bit sweaty there, mate.
Yeah, mate, yeah.
Is this your first national win?
This will be our first national win.
Oh,
yes.
it's got to
I
be
think
exciting.
Our 5th year breeding, so
It's a lot of hard work goes into it, isn't it?
Oh, it is, mate, and they're a heartbreaking.
Yep.
Oh, there's a lot of
Heartbreaking
wastage,
birds.
isn't there?
Oh, there is, yes.
Yeah. Any of these specialist varieties, you know, there is so much wastage. You've got to
Yeah.
breed a lot of birds to get the one or two that you need to move yourself forward. But here we go. I think we're going to see him move around.
Still moving a couple on the bottom.
They're taking their time, aren't they? And I can explain to the people watching the reason why. What you'll find is they didn't have any trouble finding the first couple. But after that, the birds are grouped in 4 or 5 birds that are similar, and then it drops down to the next group, and it becomes very hard. They're just little fine points that separate the difference. Good judges judge to the last bird, and that's what they're doing, and that's what they have to do at this level, of course. So, what are we doing here? Okay, yeah, just having a closer look. And look, you can see he just stands up. And provided he's got all his flights and got his tail, I think he's a pretty easy winner there at this point in time.
Yeah, the guy who's in second has about 3/4 of the tail. So
Is that what it is? Okay. And I'm sure the judges have noticed that. And they take that into account. Would it be any different? No, who knows? But I can see from here that it's a little bit short. Yeah.
Yes, that was one of my biggest worries, is him dropping a tail before.
Oh, well, we all had that.
Yeah. I hadn't seen him drop a tail for a while, that's all.
Yeah. Okay.
now tell me, Dale, who's going to be the most excited in the family when you bring this one home? Levitiana?
No, I think it'll be me, yes.
It'll be you?
Yeah, she's the crest breeder, I'm the fallow breeder, so, yeah.
Have you got a crest in today?
We've got 2 in today.
2 in today, okay.
Have you? Okay, well, they're a heartbreak story, aren't they?
Yeah, you're not wrong.
You can't predict what you're going to get from them. Doesn't matter how good your parents are.
Yep.
You know, do they come out with a full circular crest, or do they have 2 crests, or they only have
crest
bits
on the side, or
on the
here,
side?
there.
And of course, the ideal is to have them dead centre.
Dead centre and full circle. Beautiful. Your one a couple of years ago was a magnificent bird, mate.
So what we're looking at, Chris, I'll just go. I had a look at them earlier on, and just while they're sorting through those, if I go to the crests, and which ones did I think were quite good?
I reckon it would have been Jay.
The Holmes family one I thought was pretty impressive. Jay was the Bradley family from Victoria, I liked. It was the Bradley family from Victoria I liked. And Peevers and Hoskin, I liked that one. So they were the 4 of my pick.
Fellows.
I don't think we've topped and tailed the fellows yet.
No.
So we're still a little ways off yet. But the bird that's being moved up into second place is a bird from Ray Slade from Victoria.
Yeah. And look, that was one of the birds I thought that would do really well. And I can be assured, I believe the difference between second and third is the length of tail. Don't be surprised.
The minor details of this end now, isn't it?
And you can just see the follow through. See how the bird in K, the tail just comes away from the flights a little bit, whereas the one in M follows through. They're the little fine things that make the difference. So I'm sorry, I know third bird is yours, and it's gone from second to third. But
perfectly fine. We're
as
in the
a
mix.
judge, that's the things that I can see. I just heard a comment that Troy doesn't like being second. Well, no one likes to be second. We all like to win. But anyway. Oh, and I did hear a great comment last night from somebody talking to Troy when Troy had come second a couple of times, and he said, it's great coming second when you own the first bird as well. And the person that said that actually did come first and second in a class. Okay. They seem to be taking their time. They're not in a hurry, these guys. I thought they would have zipped through this class a little bit quicker. But no, here they keep moving things around. So the bird in fifth has now moved up to fourth, and fourth has gone back to fifth. And
so
I can see right in
J
his hands saying that he just has a bit more flair, a little bit more directional feather.
So the bird from K&C Golf from South Queensland has moved up to fourth.
Yeah.
And the bird from J Wright.
And
from
beautiful
Victoria's
contrast in colour for the grey. Yeah,
South Queensland are going to hurt SA in this class.
oh, well.
First and fourth.
The Goffs have been very strong in the fallows in the past, that's for sure.
Maybe we can move back over to the Spangle class. I think we've seen a bit of movement over there.
Yeah, this is... Okay, so what we've seen, the birds have been topped and tailed. So the bottom row or the second row has come up to the top, and the judges are looking at these birds for the first time at eye level. So we should see them sorting the birds out a little bit more. Interesting, you see how they've moved them up? All of a sudden the birds are starting to not be steady, they're moving up and down, and that's because of the change of light. So you do have to give them a few seconds to settle down. If you particularly see a bird that you like, you just leave it alone, and that's a dark green spangle I can see in the front. And it just wants to come to the front of the cage as it gets into the light. Okay. K and M and N, the same thing. Right, so the scores we have, as you can see, 439 for Victoria, New South Wales 400, so 39-point deficit. South Australia sitting back in third place on 330, and South Queensland on 317. And I think you're going to find that that gap will be bridged slightly with one class, the class of the Fallows. We have North and Central Queensland on 265, Western Australia on 188, and Tasmania on 159. All right, well, what's happening with the Fallows? I think they're just about due to reverse the order once again. Yeah, which is exactly what we're going to do. So they're getting closer and closer to finishing, whereas the other couple, the couple of Jim Fletcher and Nigel Tonkin, are still sorting through that bottom row, making sure that they've got the birds in what they believe to be the right order. And that matters, particularly it's going to matter when you look at South Queensland and South Australia. The close tussle there, only 13 points are different. So on the broad view I can see they're just, on the left hand side, they're just going along, just checking, just to make sure.
This fellow class, interestingly, Steve, Victoria have won it, I believe, 4 out of the last 6 times, and the other 2 times were WA. So South Queensland will be up in there in the mix at the front of the class. It's a big effort from you guys.
They're working hard on them, that's for sure.
How many fellows do you think you bred this year? Just gone.
Last year, I only put 5 on the perch last year. Very poor year.
Okay, well, you bred a good one then.
So, yes.
20% of them might win a national.
Yes. This year I've already got 9 on the perch, and I've got one very exceptional one. So
Okay.
Nice.
yeah,
So
hopefully the backup for next year.
well, wouldn't that be an achievement
It
to
would.
back up in a class?
It would. Huge
Okay,
achievement.
so we see a little bit of movement there. And I'm sure you're going to find it's... Okay, well, watching the hands, they're talking about with the face and blow through the top. When you lift your hand above your head, you're talking about the blow. When you're going from your face outwards with your hand, you're talking about the width of face. And without saying anything out loud, that's relaying the message. Boy, they're hammering that bird, aren't they? And look, the only thing I can see has to be the tail. As I said, when you look at these, it's grouping these ones together, trying to make sure that we're judging all the way down to the final place. And you may not think it matters, but, you know, to say that I've come 12th at a national instead of 13th sounds better, doesn't it?
It does.
Okay, I have the 12th best bird in Australia on that day in that variety, as opposed to I had the 13th best bird.
Yes.
These guys, they're going back and forth just at the minute. And look, I'm sure the thing that distinguishes that bird in N to the winning bird or the bird in first place at the moment is not only feather length but also the size. And as anyone who's bred fellows knows, very hard to get size into them.
Sure is. It is. It's a very hard part of the bird, that's for sure. And then to keep the wind carriage and
Yep.
put the blow and feather direction on. Yeah.
A noticeable absentee from the fellow class this year is Peter Third. I think last year's winner.
Yes.
Oh, that's right. Well, I can tell you, Peter did have a really good fellow until he had a close look at it and noticed it's missing a couple of toes. So all year I kept hearing him talk about this bird, and then all of a sudden, where is it, Pete? Oh, well, we had a really close look, and believe it or not, it's missing a couple of toes. So that tells you what the feather length was like.
Might be what they're checking on the bottom row there now. He's just going along.
I don't know. As I said, there is a bird that I know will probably, in one class, probably be disqualified for not having toes and claw. But that's coming up. So you can see, if you have a look at U and H, there doesn't appear to be an enormous amount of difference. U seems to have just a bit more bulk to it. N, unfortunately, is just not showing at the moment. It's pulling itself in tight. There doesn't seem to be a lot of difference between N and H and C and Q. They look very similar. In fact, in some cases, you could almost say they probably look like they could be nestmates. They're that similar.
Yep.
Oh, here we go.
Well, we're going back. So we're getting closer and closer to a decision.
Don't mind me if I sound like Helen Hibbard. If it happens.
Oh, I think you're pretty safe.
She gets pretty excited, and that's good to see.
We know the pain that it takes to get to one of these, and
Yep. It can.
oh, he's standing up nicely, right at the right time.
Right at the right time. We just had him there. Keep playing up, Em. our first bird to go to the Nationals. It was 2 years ago. And we got fifth, and that was a big buzz then, but yeah.
He looks like he's looking for a pen, Dale.
Hurry up, mate.
Tiana's going to fly out of the crowd and pass him on any second.
There we go. We've marked the case.
Well done, mate.
Thank you.
He's got one.
Thanks, Peter.
Oh, dear. The relief.
And you can see he's a deserved winner. He looks the budgie of the class, doesn't he? And you mentioned that you didn't think his condition was exactly where you wanted to be, but on today's effort, he's exactly where he needs to be. So congratulations.
We should let you get out and celebrate with the family.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, and I think they're getting closer and closer in the other class to making the final decision. And what I can see is purely the body strength, and I'm sure they're going to talk about that, of the light green Spangle. It's a very powerful body. The one area that maybe it's perhaps just a little bit short in the mask, but with those beautiful target spots, you don't seem to notice that. The bird in second place, the Sky Spangle, it has all the modern features that you want in a budgerigar. And when the judging's finished, I'll talk a little bit more about that bird. Have a look at the Spangle NS, that grey-green from Stevie Draper's in New South Wales. It hasn't moved.
Okay. Results of Class 21, Fallows. Cage D is first. Cage M is second. Cage K is third. Cage P is fourth. Cage O is fifth. Cage R is sixth. Cage J is seventh. Cage B is eighth. Cage E is ninth. Cage U is 10th. Cage N is 11th. Cage H is 12th. Cage C is 13th. Cage Q is 14th. Cage G is 15th. Cage T is 16th. Cage L is 17th. Cage I is 18th.
So we're just waiting on one of the two judges to come forth and give a commentary on the Fallows. Right, and I'll
hand you over to Rod to speak on the Fallows.
Thanks, Dave. What a nice class of Fallows. You know, we looked at that class and stood back in the first instance said, look, this is a pretty solid class of Fallows. And as we worked our way through, there was a group through the top, probably through to 6 or 7, they really stood out. Really nice. And the first bird, we put it up the front. At times it gets a bit lazy as a show bird, but he's got a super top end. Love the top end on that bird. Big, strong bird, good depth of mask, good face, really strong shoulders, stands well. He's a bit like some of us. He looks better on one side than the other side. I could get Robert out the back to take the photos on one side, but he really strong budgie. Congratulations to the owner of that first one. He really stood out and really didn't move once we put him in the first place. So, well done to that exhibitor. Second bird, he was a bit hot and cold, but lovely width, lovely direction, nice face, good top end. He did show well until now. So good luck to Robert taking the photo of it, but that's what got him. He was steady on the perch early, nice width of face, good directional feather. Not quite as much release constantly, but again, a really nice fellow. The third one, lovely bird, modern face, strong shoulder. Couple of flights missing, tail a bit chewed, but probably in condition and a full set of spots. Might have challenged the second place, but a lovely bird in third place. Really neat variety. Showed the best out of any of those birds in the top couple. Fourth and fifth, both blues. We had backwards and forwards a couple of times with those two birds. One a little bit steadier, one a little bit more face, but not too much between them. It really was a little bit of directional feather and nicer face on that fourth bird that beat the fifth bird. But lovely class of fellows. Well done to the exhibitors, and special congratulations to that winner. Really nice bird.
Thanks, Rod.
And I just want to take the opportunity to thank Beta and Turnbull for their Rosette sponsorship, and also the class sponsor was Media Stable. And if we look at the point score, we can see South Queensland 25 points, so they would have bridged the gap between South Australia and themselves. We have Ray Slade coming second. Where's the next Victorian? John Wright. So Victoria 23 points. New South Wales 13. So the gap between Victoria and New South Wales has widened. And if we look, the gap between South Queensland and South Australia has shortened. And here we go. We're up. If we could zip back to the Spangle class, and they're just marking the cages now. So congratulations to the winner there, and that's Hedra Camel. And in second place we have another Victorian bird that's actually owned by Peter Thurn, who will have to swallow his own medicine in that second. Okay. In cage 3, in third place, we have cage E, and that bird is owned by Adrian Corner of New South Wales. Right, in fourth place, we have cage G, and that belonged to Luke Connor from New South Wales. And in cage S, we have the bird owned by Steve Draper from New South Wales. So we have New South Wales going 3, 4 and 5. Okay, cage 7 is the bird from South Queensland that is owned by Alan Kent, and as you heard earlier on, Alan's retiring from breeding budgies, so that bird's going to be put up for sale at some point. So someone will be very fortunate to get a quality budgerigar. Unfortunately, he's just not showing at this point in time. And while they're still marking the cages. Right. In 8th place is R. R is J Major from North and Central Queensland. 9th place is Q, and Q belongs to G&P Dixon from Victoria. And once again, the bird not showing at all. Just pulling itself, flapping its wings. In 10th place is Jay, and Jay belongs to Ian and Junior Wise.
The results of Class 22, Spangle normal. D is first. P is second. E is third. G is fourth. S is fifth. O is seventh. R is eighth. Q is ninth. J is 10th. H 11th. K is 12th. M is 13th. B is 14th. T is 15th. C is 16th. A is 17th. U is 18th. I is 19th. N is 20th.
Okay, and we're just waiting on one of the two judges to just finish writing down their comments so that they tell you exactly what the decisions were, and that's going to be Jimmy Fletcher.
Well, lovely classes, Spangles. Some very nice faces right down the line. You find that the birds have got a lot of nice faces, but there is some condition problems in some of the birds. Unfortunately, if the condition is a very important part of showing birds. If they're not in condition, we can't get the best out of them up here, as you can see. We tried very hard, but the winning bird is a Spangle light green. He's a super budgie. He really is. He's got that lovely bloody soccer ball head, right round. He looks at you with width and feathered direction going everywhere. So he's a rip starter. He didn't move far. He was in cage D. And when we first walked up, we thought, oh, cage D's going to go right here. And he did. He finished well. The second, the blue bloke, he's a big long bird, but his condition isn't 100%. He's in a bit better condition. I don't think he would have beat the green bird, but he's still a nice budgie. Fur bird is another green bloke. He's a good solid bird. Lovely top end. Lovely spots. We found some lovely Spangle spots and wing markings. Fantastic, which is what we're looking for. Cage G is a hot and cold bird. He's a very fine feathered bird, but 1 minute he's hot and next minute he's cold. But so anyway, it is what it is. As I said to Nigel, he's probably going to make a lorry out of us, that bloody bird. And the bird in 5th place, a big green bloke, his spots are letting him down a bit. You know, he really hasn't got a lot of definition in the swat area, but still a nice round face. But a very pleasant class to judge. We didn't have to disqualify anything. We did find a bird with one black feather in its tail, which we just penalised him for that. So, apart from that, very nice. So, congratulations to whoever owns that first bird. Fantastic bird.
So nice to hear the comments.
Just a reminder about the table settings for tonight's presentation dinner. If you haven't put your name down on a table, just do so outside. Just the sheets are just outside the door. And another thing that's very important for the Tasmanian Budgerigar Council, or Budgerigar Council of Tasmania, is your name and the information about what your activities and where you're staying over the weekend or the forthcoming week, so that they can get that information for the grant that they've applied to the government. Okay, thanks very much.
And is it possible to have the point score? That's great. And they're just removing the birds now. And the next variety that comes up will be the dominant pirate on that side of the staging. Now, currently we have James and Rod Turnbull looking at the Spangle in the other non-standard variety. So we're going to see opalines, we're going to see cinnamons, and I had a fortune of having a look at these earlier on, and what did I see that I liked? I liked S, G and A. So we'll see what happens there. So with the Spangles, here we go. So Victoria, 27 points, which is the maximum.
Information, James and Rod are judging the Spangle AOSV class.
All right, we have in New South Wales getting 23 points. The one I'm
and the next class to be judged by Jim and Nigel will be the dominant pied class.
Okay. Going back to the scoreboard, South Australia probably coming back to South Queensland. So once again, South Queensland bridging that gap there. Okay, and when we go to the point score, we've got Victoria jumping further ahead, 489 points. We have New South Wales on 436 points. We have South Australia still in front, but only by 5 points from South Queensland, which is 357. North and Central Queensland 290, Western Australia on 205, and Tasmania on 166. So if our live feed can go over to here we go, to the Spangle AOSV class. So the guys there have already started to judge. And remember, I did say that I thought cages A, G and S were going to feature predominantly in this class. So we'll just wait and see. And as you can see, cage A, as he's sitting on the perch now, is a very solid bird. Is that? Okay. Oh, yeah. Yep. Yeah, so we'll just see. I think I've been pretty fortunate today. I've got very close with my predictions. What I did want to say is that the bird that came second in the Spangle class was actually pulled from the lineup at 9th at our Shield selection. And you ask how it... So, sorry, I was talking about the bird that came second in the Spangle class was actually pulled from 9th position at our selection to represent the state. And you ask, well, how is that possible? Well, it just so happens that, you know, if the bird's not quite showing at the time, it's easily to miss a bird, and that's the advantage of having selectors come in behind, and all of a sudden you'll see a bird start to show and you go, okay, it actually deserves to be the state representative. So congratulations once again on the two Victorian birds for coming first and second. And here we are looking at the Spangle, and you can see they do like they do like A. Ah, okay. I just heard from that the Spangle that came second is split albino. It's amazing how some of these good birds are just masking other varieties in their background. So one would hope that, and there is where it becomes hard. Do you try and breed Spangles or do you try and breed albinos?
So talking Spangle AOSVs, the winners last year were Shepherd and Flanagan from Victoria, but the year prior to that, Gary Hibbard ran first and second from South Queensland in this class.
All right, it'll be interesting to see what happens today, but I'll just quickly run through the cages. In cage A, we have G&L Ryan from South Queensland. B, we have Norm Wheatley from Western Australia. C is Jason and Wayne Wiedenhofer from South Australia. In D, we have from Victoria, Jeff Orlandi. In South Australia, we have the Holmes family. In cage F, Charlesworth family from Tassie. G is Bates and Haddock from Victoria. H is James Matthew from New South Wales. And of course, we all know that James Matthews is a very predominant breeder of Spangles. From Tasmania, we have S&D Wakely in I. J is John Innes from Victoria. John certainly having a great show season with his birds. K is D&S Brooks from North and South Queensland, as is L, Ian Snyder from North and Central Queensland. M is N Wheatley from Western Australia. N is R.M. Vidler from North and Central Queensland. O is Brian Walters from South Queensland. P, the Charlesworth family from Tasmania. And from New South Wales, we have Brian Turner in cage Q, Mick Gearin from Western Australia in R, Robin Cosgrove, cage S from New South Wales, Neil Love in cage T from South Queensland, and last but not least, cage U from South Australia, Sue Adams.
We just had our official drink sponsor, Con Heruvium, bring us 2 scotches. It's a little early for scotching, is it, Stephen?
Oh, I hope it's not a scotch.
It definitely smells like it might have alcohol in it.
You're exactly right, he is.
Oh, my
Righto,
goodness.
so we're still on our live feed. We're just looking at the Spangles. So maybe we should see if we can zip across to the dominant pieds and...
We're looking at a dominant pied here. In the first, in cage A is Trent Hill from New South Wales. Cage B is Mick Gearing. Mick's won this before from WA. Greg Oates in cage C from New South Wales. In cage D, we have John Mully from South Australia. In cage E, we have Andrew Johnson from Tasmania. In cage F, we have Brian Good from South Queensland, and the cage that's just vanished is Mr. Brian Good. Cage G is Jeffrey Leong from Victoria. And cage H is Jeffrey Leong from Victoria. Cage I is Jeff Loss from Tasmania. Cage J is Gary Edwards from South Queensland. Cage K, which is down on the bottom row, is also from Jeffrey Leong from Victoria. So Jeffrey's got all 3 dominant pieds representing Victoria. In cage L, we have G&L Ryan from South Queensland. In cage M, we have Les Trumper from WA. In cage N, we have Ian Schneider from North and Central Queensland. In cage O, we have the Charlesworth family from Tasmania. In cage P, another bird from Mick Gearing from WA. In cage Q, we have George England from South Australia, one of the bird carers. In cage R, we have Russell and Cheryl Ogden from North and Central Queensland. In cage S, we have the Nutley family from North and Central Queensland. In cage T, we have Peter Stone from New South Wales. And rounding out the dominant pieds in cage U, we have Bob Simpson from South Australia.
Right, okay, well, I'll just give you my preview. When I had a look earlier on, birds that really stood out instantly to me were N, M, and G.
N,
M, and G.
So we're talking the birds from Ian Schneider from North and Central Queensland,
Yep.
Les Trumper from WA, and Jeffrey Leong from Victoria.
Okay, and there was a bird in C that I think we might find get put out. And what I noticed was that it was missing part of its toe and its claw. But we'll wait and see. Okay, now I did say M, and M sitting in front. Okay, it was a big, strong blue, if I remember correctly. F is one I missed. I didn't see that at all. Neither
F is
did
from
I
Brian
see.
Good in South Queensland.
All right, and in third place we have A.
Trent Hill from New South Wales.
Yeah,
And C is Greg Oates from New South Wales.
right.
Cage D, is John Mully. I don't think we've moved too many past that.
Still sorting through. Okay. Is it at all possible to head back to the other side? So they've been judging for a little while, and here we are. This is a Spangle.
So cage D is Jeff Orlandi from Victoria, sitting in first place. In second place, we have a green bird. That is cage A, which is GNL Ryan from South Queensland. In third place, we have Rob's Head.
Yeah, it's not pretty, is it?
No comment.
We
have Mick
R
Gearing in fourth from WA, in cage R.
Yeah, and we have B, I think it is,
No,
in
C.
third place.
Oh, B in third place is Norm Wheatley from WA. WA making a surge here.
And in fifth place is C.
Which is Jason and Wayne Wiedenhofer from South Australia.
Right, E.
Is the Holmes family from South Australia.
Okay, and guess what? That's another one Kelly's train, I can see. It's sitting on the perch. F.
F is from Charlesworth family in Tasmania.
Good to hear Tasmania on the top perch. G.
G is from Bates and Haddock in Victoria.
Yep. And H.
James Matthews from New South Wales.
Okay, we all know James is quality Spangles. I.
Is S&D Walkley from Tasmania.
Yep. And J should round out the top
J
row.
is Johnny Ennis from Victoria.
Okay, he's certainly having a great national. All right, so
Special shout out to Connor Ruvium for keeping us hydrated here in the commentary box.
thanks, Connor. All right. So up on our live stream at the moment, we can see we're looking at the Spangle AOSV class, and currently we have a Victorian bird in first place. We have
GNL Ryan from South Queensland in second, and Brian Walters from South Queensland has been brought up to third.
That's not going to go well for South Australia, is it?
It's definitely not ideal, but we have Mick Gearing from WA sitting in fourth. And then we have the bird from Jason and Wayne Wiedenhofer in fifth. And the bird from the Holmes family in sixth.
Okay, and they seem to be moving through pretty quickly now. The pair of Rod Turnbull and James Bader sorting out the birds.
They brought S up, which is from Robin Cosgrove in New South Wales.
Okay. So there's a wide spread in the Spangle AOSV at this point in time. No state is dominant.
So looking back at the beginning there, we've got the bird from Jeff Orlandi from Victoria, sitting in position A. He's in cage D, position 1 I should say. GNL Ryan from South Queensland in 2. And in cage O you've got Brian Walters from South Queensland in 3.
Okay, so moving back to the dominant pies, not a lot of action there. M is still in first place. F running second. A running third.
So M is Les Trumper from WA in first. In cage F is Brian Good from South Queensland. And in third place is Trent Hill from New South Wales. You've then got Greg Oates from New South Wales. And you've got Gary Edwards from South Queensland. In cage N, you've got Ian Schneider from North and Central Queensland. And in cage D, you've got John Mully from South Australia. Cage G, we have Jeffrey Leon from Victoria. And in cage B, Mick Gearing from WA. Rounding out the top bench, in cage I, you've got Jeff Voss from Tasmania.
Okay, and here we go. Just heading straight back to the team leaderboard, as we mentioned earlier on. You've got Victoria with 489, New South Wales with 436, 362 for South Queensland, and it's that 5 points of difference between South Australia and South Queensland. South Queensland on 357, North and Central Queensland 290, Western Australia on 205, and Tasmania on 166. And while we've got it there, we should mention our major sponsors: Media Stable, Golden Cob, Events Tasmania, Country Club, obviously, where we're at today. We've got Hentley Farms, and we've all appreciated their wares. We have Tummy Right, and we also have Trill, and that's on top of all the rosette sponsors that we've had throughout the competition. Okay, so looking back at the dominant pied class, or are we going to the Spangles? Right, let's look at the Spangles. Well, there doesn't seem to be a lot of activity since we last looked. Right, you can see the bird in first place is very wide, isn't he? He's a big, strong sky blue opaline. Okay, an enormous face on him, wide shoulders. Certainly going to be hard to beat, even though he perhaps doesn't stand off the perch as strong as the bird in second place. He's just got that overall strength. The second place bird, beautiful outline, what can you say? If you look at the silhouette shape, it's bordering on perfection. Just not the power and feather strength of the bird in front of it. You know, you would have bred that second place bird and thought, I've got a real chance at the National, and you get here, and there you go. You see that sky blue opaline. Still, nothing wrong with coming second. Just that no one will remember next year, that's all. And Q, I can't really see Q, it's sitting on the floor. Oh, but it's quite calm.
Sorry, that's
it's O, sorry. And S, once again, the same thing. You can't really see it on the perch, so we can't comment about it. C, C's running its marathon up and down the cage. Right, H is a nice bird, but the one thing you can notice about it is it tends to slouch over the bird rather than stand up off the perch, which is exactly what J is doing, standing quite strong off the perch, but without the feather on the top that the bird in front of it has. G, up and down. E, well, you can see once again standing very proud off the perch. Nice follow through, but just not the feather strength from the shoulders up. B, once again up and down. Okay, so we've still got the birds placed in the same order, M and F.
Is this for the dominant pied class?
Dominant pied class. M was one of the ones I said that really impressed me when I had a look earlier on. F is one I missed, so I apologise to the owner of that bird. It could very well have been laying on the floor when I had a quick look. There were a couple, and I certainly didn't try and get them on the perch. If we move further along, what can we see? Yeah, we see A. It looks like it's a grey cinnamon, perhaps. Right, he's nice and quiet, sitting on the floor. N. Who owns
Ian
N?
Schneider from North and Central Queensland.
N. The dominant pieds, yeah. Nice budgie. Very solid. You know, it's got that square look.
J is the Gary Edwards bird, South Queensland.
Right. P.
P is the bird from Mick Gearing in WA.
Right.
C we're looking at is a bird from Greg Oates from New South Wales.
Yeah.
D is the bird from John Mully in South Australia. G is the bird from Jeffrey Leong in Victoria.
wouldn't be at all surprised to see G move a bit further up the line, to be honest. Just looking at him, seems to have a nice shape all the way through. Very strong off the perch. There we go. What did I say? And we're back at the Spangles, and we're actually seeing a little bit of movement here. Second place has gone to first. First place has gone to third. Okay, now why? Well, just looking at what's happening now, it looks to me that the bird that was in first, the sky blue, has a tendency to lay over the perch, so he's not sitting strongly off the perch. So I don't know who the owner of the bird now in first place is.
KJ is G&L Ryan from South Queensland.
I bet you they've got a big smile on their face just at the minute, and I'm sure the owner of the bird D is feeling a little bit remorseful. I'm sorry about that, but that's what happens.
Jeff Orlandi from Victoria.
It just has to perform on the day, at the time that the judges are looking at it. Well, certainly he's a powerful budgie. And I'm sure that's what they'll say in their comments. He's just not giving himself every opportunity.
Rod definitely likes the outline on Big Bird and KJ.
Yeah, well, look, it's a perfect outline. As I said, maybe not the strength of the feather on the face, but it has everything else going for it. Okay. They're still torn, aren't they?
KJ has the bird from Robin Cosgrove in New South Wales.
Yeah. I wouldn't be at all surprised if D moves back to second. What's the matter, James? They're conferring, so they're not agreeing on something. And that's the hard part when two of you are judging together, to find common ground. Sometimes one person will have to concede 1 point, the other person will have to concede something else.
Just lip reading between the two of them there, I think. James Bader said, I am definitely the better looking one of the pair. And Rod has turned to him and said, no, I'm taller.
Do you notice what they're doing? They're actually standing back and they're looking.
I think they're wanting us to have a look at their hair.
No, I don't think
James definitely wins the hair department.
Well, he's got some, hasn't he? So that helps. I think there is a bit of conjecture over the second and third bird, in all honesty.
I think James likes the third bird.
Yeah, and I think Rod is in favour of the second bird. So that's where you have to find common ground in order to place the birds. Hello.
Ooh.
Okay. Now there's a surprise. I didn't see that one coming. And the reason... Okay, watching the hand, I think what they're saying is it doesn't have the feather length and direction in the face.
So Robin Cosgrove from New South Wales.
Yeah. I haven't seen that bird on the perch, so I can't really comment about it too much. It seems to be very solid all the way through. Wouldn't it be great to have microphones on the judges?
Well, we're very much looking forward to you judging again at some point, Stephen.
We'll see what happens in
You'll
the
get the
future.
call up and you'll be mic'd up. Just don't do what I did in Victor Harbour and go to the bathroom mic'd up. Only the commentators heard, but I haven't lived it down yet.
Right. I didn't know about that. And of course, Victor Harbour was the first national after the COVID break, and it was also the first of the live streamed nationals, and that's become a permanent fixture now.
We were quite shocked at Victor Harbour. There was a sky blue class, and this judge called Stephen Lowe walked in, grabbed this bird and moved him up to the front, one cage clear of the rest of them. And I said, "What's wrong with my bird?" I assumed it had been disqualified. But Stephen had decided straight away that was it. That's the winner.
So just a little bit movement across that front top perch, row of birds. And that's been a big move of 3 places, I think.
So that's KG. KG belongs to the Holmes family.
Okay, well, that was a good move. You know what's nice, as a judge, looking at these guys judging, they don't stick the birds very often. They allow the bird to just be calm. Sometimes birds, they do get upset.
Now, we've just had a message come through from Ian and Gina Wise. Ian finished on the top bench in the Spangles as an intermediate from South Australia. Very excited and very happy. He said, "Please thank everyone involved in the live streaming and the commentary. An amazing job by all. Coverage and comments help everyone understand everything that's going on." So, thank you.
One person likes what we're doing, so that's good. Okay, now I think we're about due to go back to the dominant pied class. And we can see that I suspect they've top and tailed. Yeah. And so we're looking at, for the first time, we're looking at the birds who are on the second row, up on the top row. So the judges are taking their time, having a real good look, trying to get the birds on the perch. And always remember that the lighting is a little bit different when you move from the bottom to the top. So sometimes the birds become a little bit erratic, so you have to give them a chance to settle. Okay, here we go. Have a look at the Spangles. See how they sit so nicely. I'm not convinced that the guys are firm in their ideas on the first 3 place getters.
I've had a message come through from Mitchell Bowl. He said, "Well done, fellas. You guys are doing a great job." He's watching up there at home from SQ.
Okay, why aren't you down here?
Stephen never one to sit on the fence.
Okay, let's just look at what can we see the difference between first place and second place. And I would say it's just the strength from the shoulders to the top. Okay. We are, as I heard James say yesterday, we're transitioning to a slightly different style of budgerigar to what we used to see. So we're not seeing the bird that comes in from the shoulders and then goes out. We're seeing a bird that is square from the shoulders right through to the top. They have the density of feather, and that's the difference between the two. And the other thing you see is the back skull, and the back skull's the difference between the width from the cere through to the back of the head, okay, and the fullness that occurs there. And they're features, individual features that are hard to put onto the birds. I must be honest, I still like the bird in A. It just hasn't moved all day. That silhouette shape, as I said, if you look at our standard, it's almost perfect. And then you've got the sky blue that has the power and strength and feather direction that we aim for, but has a tendency to sit back down on its haunches. I was talking to Peter Thurn yesterday, or the night before actually. He was telling me that when he judged at the World Budgie Show, there was a guy from America judging, and he took him over and showed him a bird. He said, "See this bird here? It's a magnificent budgie, but the bird sits on its haunches. It's too much bird behind the back of the perch, as opposed to most of the birds being in front of the perch." And that was something that we noticed just there with the sky blue, who's now ratting around in the corner. He has a tendency to sit back on the perch rather than sit up. See how his chest is in front rather than the chest in line with the bird straight up? Just little details that make the difference. Okay. What's happening here? Are they talking about the fourth bird, the bird in cage? I think now, remember I mentioned earlier on, I thought there was a bird that probably was going to be disqualified in the dominant play. It wouldn't surprise me if that's what's taking place now.
At KGL we're looking at. KGL in the dominant pieds is GNL Ryan from South Queensland. Now, we've just been out to catch Norm Wheatley and Mick Gearing, and they've confirmed that Les Trumper, who's winning the dominant pied class, is sitting eagerly at home. Apparently he's been up since 2 this morning watching this. He's got the dominant pied skycock there that's currently sitting in first. So a big shout out to you, Les. You'd be in here in the commentary box with Stephen and I. There's not much of the chair left after Jeffrey and the Lacewing class, and then having Dale come in here with the Fallows, but we would have loved to have sat you down and walked through this with you, because it's not often you win a Nationals. It's a huge achievement. But congratulations, obviously, on you haven't won it yet, but you're doing extremely well. That is a stunning budgerigar. We also had a shout out from Mick Mann. Mick, I think, won the Recessi Pied class last year. Mick just said, "G'day boys, you're all doing a great job with the commentary. I'm learning more and more from you guys. Thank you all." And go easy on Troy's bird perching.
Oh.
He may not have actually said that on the end.
Oh, right. Okay. Well, thanks for the nice comments. Well, we hope that we're able to bring positive guidance in what the judges are actually doing and saying. Okay. I'm not sure what's transpiring here.
I think the judges have gone over to have a look at the dominant pied, and they've probably asked Nigel and Jim, which one of us two do you think is the better looking judge? And they're not prepared to adjudicate on it. They're going to leave it up to those two guys.
Okay, well, the bird in question, which is in cage, Nigel, get out of the way, cage L, or I, it's in cage I. They haven't removed it. They haven't placed it at I or L. It stayed in exactly the same position, so they're obviously happy with it. And once again, as I said, what's very important is that you judge all the way down to the end of the class, and that's what they're doing here. So remember, this is the second row that is now placed at the top. And they're working along, and it matters. The point difference, so you can see the difference between South Australia and South Queensland is 5 points. So whether you finish 7th or 8th matters.
We've just had a message come through from Chris Rogers. He said, "Hi mate, we're enjoying the commentary." He's in Guy Denning's bird room doing some renovations. Chris and Ellie Rogers obviously won the dilutes yesterday, so he's probably had a very big night last night. That may have been his first win. He said, "Keep up the good work, you guys." So thank you, Chris. We've also just had Helen Hibbard message through. She is loving the commentary and said, "Thank you very much. Go South Queensland."
It's obvious to me that the live streaming is the future, isn't it? There are lots of people who would love to be down here with us in Launceston at the great venue and this great show, but for whatever reason can't get here. So to have access to what's happening is a wonderful innovation, and we have to thank modern technology for that. And we also have to thank Budgerigar Tasmania for making it possible, because something like this costs money.
Yeah, the Tasmanians certainly haven't been afraid of taking a risk this year, I think, with some of the
innovations.
Yeah, that they've sort of brought about with the Nationals.
Yeah.
On the perch, having, I guess, such a high degree of media involvement. You know, taking the media out into the bird room,
Yep.
out into the carers room.
So we see on our live stream, we've still got Spangle, and they're taking their time. So there's a lot of birds, and the reason that they're taking their time is a lot of birds look similar. So the quality is even. And when that's the case, it can be just little things like the bird we're seeing now, the bird next to C. Right, what's the difference between that and J and C? It could just very simply be how its tail is splitting right at the end. I mean, little things make the difference. Okay. And that's where the carers, their responsibility is so great. They can make the difference between place 7th and 8th or 5th and 6th. Very strong, powerful birds.
So
Now,
we've obviously topped and tailed the dominant
If we go back
pies.
to the dominant pies, and what we're doing is we're bringing the top line of birds back to the top, whereas they were sitting down below before. And you can see the dominant pied, that bird from Western Australia, it's sitting there, and it's looking like it's going to be the winner. Right. The bird in F, which is in second place, Brian Good from South Queensland. And then we also have the bird in third place N, and that's a lovely looking budgie with plenty of directional feather, very square and solid. I think his biggest problem will be he's not quite as long as the two in front of him. Not that it's a problem, because he's a massive budgerigar. Only one problem is that I don't own it. Right, in fourth place we have Cage A, which is Trent Hill from New South Wales. J is in fifth spot at the moment. That's Gary Edwards from South Queensland. P, Mick Gearing from Western Australia. So we've got two Western Australian birds sitting on the top row at this point in time. G is the bird from Victoria, Jeffrey Leong. Cinnamon pied grey-green, and it has a beautiful face on it. D, C is the grey, and I think it's a grey hen by memory.
We've had Paul Wilton message through just to let us know Paul's a novice over in SA. You guys are doing a wonderful job, and thank you very much for the commentary. He's learning lots too. So for all your insights, Stephen, it's very insightful to obviously everyone watching not being able to see, or hear those comments when the judging's typically going on. So thank you.
You're welcome. See how powerful that sky blue is. He's big, strong body, big wide shoulders. And what's impressive is look at the spots. They really set off the bird. Okay, it certainly has to be classified as one of the prettiest variety of budgies that we have, the multicoloured birds. Not that that really matters at this level. We're looking for the overall conformation, the size, and look, don't let anyone tell you any differently. A good big one is always better than a good little one. Right, they're still sorting their way through them. Okay, so what's been happening there is they've taken the leading bird in the bottom row and they've put it up and compared it to the last place bird in the top row. And they just make a comparison. Now you can see now, have a look at M sitting up there. He is a powerful budgie. and currently a deserved winner. The second bird is a powerful bird too, but you notice how it's not relaxed. And interesting, relative to the training, every time the judge moves his hand, the bird flaps his wings.
Had a message come through from Michael Pace. It says, Troy, I have to agree with the comments you forwarded from the breeders watching the live stream. I've enjoyed it. From my brand new pool room on the big screen, Tassie have given us North Queenslanders a tough gig to follow, but plans are well underway for a quality ANBC show in tropical North Queensland in 2025. Love the commentary, Steve. Cheers. Just had a message come through from Colin Flanagan. Says, Troy, Steve, Colin and Bruce here. We have not moved away from the TV coverage. A great job. Thank you for your kind words.
Oh, you're most welcome, and congratulations on yesterday's win. Super clear wing. That partnership is synonymous for producing top quality budgerigars. As I said, they're probably legends of the hobby, and certainly legends of the ANBC. And I'm sorry that they're not here.
Absolutely. We had a message come through from Sue Adams from South Australia. She's watching. She said the commentary is fantastic. Thank you, Stephen Moe. You're very informative.
Oh, look, it's not just me. It's Troy as well.
She said, Troy, not so much.
Okay. Right, here we go. We're still looking at the pieds, and you can clearly see the bird in first place. It's saying, look at me, here I am going to win. Now, what are they doing? They're still not decisive at this point in time on the birds. We've gone back to the Spangles. And I got a funny feeling there's still going to be a little bit of conversation between 1, 2 and 3. Because I'm not convinced they're settled there. And that's sometimes a problem when you've got two judges. They're trying to decide. Well, remember I said the bird that's sitting currently in second is the bird that has maintained its shape the whole time. It hasn't budged. It's given itself every opportunity. Does it have the feather strength of the one in front of it? Maybe not, but by hell, it's making the judges work. Yeah, and once again, the bird that was sitting first for a long time, Cage D, which is probably got the strongest body structure, is the bird that's unfortunately laying over the perch. It has too much bird in front of the perch and not enough behind, and it's not standing vertically off the perch. And boy, those little things make the difference in the end. Okay, you see James and Rod are still having lots of conversation. Well, congratulations to the owner, Les Trumper from Western Australia. What a magnificent bird.
So in second place, we have Brian Good from South Queensland.
Yeah. And Ian Snyder in third place. That's a lovely budgie. He's a very modern-looking bird with the square shoulders. Have a look. See, he looks quite different. Square all the way through. There's no deviation of shape.
KJ, we have Trent Hill from New South Wales.
Yeah, I must say the cinnamon grey has looked magnificent on the floor. I haven't seen him on the perch much.
In G, we have Jeffrey Leong in fifth place.
Yeah, this is another one very similar to C. To the third bird. You know, that square shape all the way through. A very modern feature.
In Cage P, we have Mick Gearing, who's in sixth place.
Yeah, well, Western Australia, first and sixth. They're big point scorers.
In J, running 7th, we have Gary Edwards from South Queensland.
Okay, well, I spoke to Gary this morning. He had me confused. He thought I looked like Cedric Costa.
You've got John Mulley from South Australia in 8th.
Right, well...
You've got Greg Oates from New South Wales in 9th.
Yep.
And you've got in cage B, Mick Gearing again from WA.
Yeah, you can see his tail probably needed to be dipped, unfortunately. Or maybe it was, and he pushed up against the cage and it's dried with a curl in it.
Down in the bottom row, we have in 11th, cage H, Jeffrey Leong from Victoria.
Okay, and that's a Sky Cinnamon Hen, I think. Not Sky, a grey-green Cinnamon Hen, if my memory serves me correctly. And you can't see, but they're still talking about those
Russell and Cheryl Ogden in 11.
first couple of birds in the Spangle class at the moment. So they're having trouble agreeing, those two judges.
The results of Class 24, Dominant Pied. Cage M is first. Cage F is second. Cage N is third. Cage A is fourth. Cage G is fifth. Cage P is sixth. Cage J is seventh. Cage D is eighth. Cage C is ninth. Cage B is 10th. Cage R is 11th. Cage K is 12th. Cage Q is 13th. Cage L is 14th. Cage S is 15th. Cage I is 16th. Cage U is 17th. Cage E is 18th. Cage T, 19th. And Cage O is 20th.
Well, lovely class of dominant pieds, and there's a couple of birds up here are probably going to make liars out of us, because you're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't. So, but the first bird, you know, first impressions are usually right. When we first got on the stage, we thought, my God, that's a good super bird. He's a big, powerful bloke. He's been exhibiting really well today, except for now he said, I've had enough. You've made your decision, so live with it. So, the bird in F is just a bit finer bird. He's a nice style bird, just a little bit finer. A little bit of a conditional problem, but apart from that, he's still a nice budgie. The one in cage N was down the bottom, and it took us a while to find it, but it's one of those birds that's got that lovely cap. You know, it's like he's got a beret sitting on top of his head, but it's a finer bird, it's a very fine bird, but when he exhibits and shows his face, he's very nice. Our problem child was cage A. Super top end budgie, super top end. But bad outline down the back line. It didn't have that nice round face that you want, like a soccer ball head. It tucks its head forward and shows a bit of a lump at the back of its neck. But a super top end bird. Just pity his body let him down today. The cage G, he's a very nice bird. He worked his way up and down the row a bit, but very nice. We found no reason to disqualify any birds. One bird lost his tail feather while we was judging him, so he's still in there. But look, whoever owns cage L, the carers might want to get the cage L checked out by the vet, because you'll notice we didn't move him much because he's been slumped down and looking very out of sorts. But he hasn't got any diarrhea around the rear end. But we just think he needs to be checked out, maybe isolated from the other birds, just as a precaution. But overall, a very pleasant class of birds, and good to see a lot of variety up there. They're not all normal, so well done to the winning birds and their owners.
Right, so you can see the point score for the dominant pieds. If we can just blow that up a little bit. There we go. So Western Australia, in total, have got 23 points. South Queensland, I think they've probably shortened the gap with South Australia. In fact, I think they've probably moved in front of South Australia. Right, and we'll see that when they have the team scores come up. Interesting. Remember I said I thought maybe there was going to be some change in the Spangle AOSV, and sure enough, that's what's happened. The bird that was first for a long time, then went to third, has come up and gone to second. Okay. The bird that was in second has dropped down to third. And the difference you'll find is just purely the feather structure. It's just a little bit shorter. Excuse me, having a frog in my throat at the minute.
Class 23. Results for Spangle AOSV. Cage S is first. Cage D is second. Cage A is third. Cage H is fourth. Cage E is fifth. Cage J is sixth. Cage C is seventh. Cage G is eighth. Cage O is ninth. Cage T is 10th. Cage B is 11th. Cage R is 12th. Cage Q is 13th. Cage M is 14th. Cage U is 15th. Cage F is 16th. Cage P is 17th. Cage K is 18th. Cage N is 19th. Cage L is 20th. And Cage I is 21st.
Thanks, Dave. We had the pleasure of doing the Spangle AOSVs, and really strong class, especially on that top row, but the quality does work itself down into that bottom row as well. But the first 4 or 5 birds, some really strong budgies in that part of that top row. First bird was an opaline light green cockbird, showed really well most of the time. Lovely top end, width of cap, depth of mask, good shoulder, lovely feather texture, and a really nice opaline as well. Second bird, probably start off with the negative part. It just squats there, sits on the perch. It does show the top end, but it doesn't enjoy showing. It doesn't get up there and give you that vigour that you want to see on the perch. But in saying that, amazing shoulder and the most unbelievable top end, a lovely cap, plenty of direction, depth of mask, back skull, top ends to die for. Just needed to get off that perch a little bit, but super budgie. Like I said, just let itself down a little bit, but a super bird. Really, really did love that top end, that depth of mask, cap, feather, the whole lot. So third bird was an opaline light green cockbird. Again, really steady bird. Showed well most of the time. Really nice top end, some good shoulder. Fourth bird, a little bit out of nick. but an amazing cinnamon grey-green hen. Really good depth of mask, width of cap, lovely shoulder, really strong head. Just a little bit out of condition, but a super strong hen as well. E, another cinnamon grey-green. Little down on variety, but showed really well, stood off the perch, nice top end. So like I said, top row, really strong spangles, and even moving into that bottom row, there's a couple of really nice ones in there as well. Thank you.
Well, we have to congratulate Robin Cosgrove on winning the Spangle AOSV class, and what a lovely budgerigar. Jeff Orlandi, commiserations for coming second. Nothing wrong with having the second best bird in that variety in the country on the day. And I did mention earlier on, I thought the difference between the two was purely the position that the bird put itself on the perch. Okay, and if we look at the scores, obviously, here we go. Look, Victoria, 525. New South Wales, 478. South Queensland, 397. South Australia, 390. So it's reversed. 7 points difference. North and Central Queensland, 310. Western Australia, 239. And Tasmania on 176. Okay, now the next two classes should be recessive pieds and crests, exactly. Right, so already we've got the crests out, and if we go to our live stream in camera 3, that'd be great. There we are. So they're already looking at the birds, so their birds are already up on the perch. And if I can talk about, I had a look, as I said earlier on, the birds that stood out for me were C, J, G, and I. Okay, so as we go along, C's a spangle, a grey spangle. And you can see Jimmy Fletcher looking closely at that bird already. For me, he's a standout. If you have a look, he's a budgie. He's very thick. Positions himself well on the perch. Yeah.
Just a reminder, next year the show is in Cairns, North Queensland Central Zone. They've got a table at the back for expressions of interest and information about the show. So can you see Michelle up there at the back? And she'll give you an expression of interest form. And I think we can guarantee there won't be as much rain up there this next year as we had this year. Yeah? Hey? Yeah.
I don't know how he can predict the weather.
There couldn't be anything left up in the sky.
Right. You can see C. He's a monster of a budgie for a crest.
Now, as you can, Nigel and Jim are judging the crests, and Rod and James will be doing the recessive pieds.
Okay. So what's happened? I know they've gone out of camera at the moment, but I suspect they're probably moving C to first. Yep. Okay.
We've had a message come through from Troy Richardson in South Queensland. He says, awesome commentary from Steve and Troy. Love the banter between you two both. Go South Queensland.
Well, they're certainly making a charge, and unfortunately at the expense of South Australia. Look at that budgie for a crest. He's a good one.
Alan Hebert has sent a message that says, we are ecstatic with our 2 wins yesterday. We're watching from home, loving it. Go South Queensland.
Oh, it's a pity that all these people can't be here. Right, okay. Is that the light, dark green or the light green? I can't see at this stage. That's not one that I saw. Okay, so in first place in the crests we have currently at the moment, let me see if I look at my sheet, we have C, which is Holmes family. Wouldn't that be nice? And I can tell who's trained that bird. Okay, that bird is definitely being trained by Kelly. So let's just see. I honestly can't see it getting beaten, to be honest. It was the standout when I looked at them earlier this morning. What are they doing? I'm trying to get a bird on the perch. Nigel, I don't think that's allowed. But anyway, it's happening. We can't do anything about it. There are very strict protocol rules, and not sure what's happening with that budgie, to be honest. Okay, the other birds of interest I had was J, G and I. So none of them are doing any good at the minute, but don't worry, they're there and they will...
G is a very good bird from Victoria.
Yeah.
From Stephen Bradley family.
Yeah, well, they're synonymous with breeding good crests. So we'll just wait and see what happens. It's early days yet. Is it possible to go to the other side where we see Rod and James? Yep, you can see they're just standing back looking, and that's a really important part of judging the budgerigars at this level. You stand back and you have a look. You have a look and you compare visually with your eyes birds, and hopefully they're all sitting on the perch. There's always one or two that won't be. And if I can just talk about those ones, there were a couple of birds that stood out for me, right? And the one that I really loved was B. There is an issue with B though, and that is that he has a short tail. Whether that's going to be enough of a problem. The other bird that I liked was a bird in K. And then there's two other birds that I really liked, S and N. But what you'll find with them is that they are heavily marked, which unfortunately is not a desired feature in this variety. So you can see they haven't moved much. They're just standing back there talking between each other.
We've had a message come through from Wayne Wiedenhofer. Several parts of the message I can't repeat, but it does say, go, 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 South Australia.
Okay. Well, they haven't moved any birds yet, have they? Remember, N was one I said has some beautiful modern features, but is very heavily marked. And remember, this is a variety class, so the varieties do matter. Okay. The bird in D is not helping itself. It's sort of slouching on the perch a little bit. Okay, so they're just starting to move the birds around. If there's a comment you could make about the bird in B, that I just said has a short tail is that it maybe doesn't have enough markings. That's not very often you can say that about a recessive pied.
What is the standard, Steve?
Oh, well, you need approximately 15%, don't you?
So you're looking at something around the size of a 20-cent coin?
Yeah, maybe just a bit more than that. Certainly less than a 50-cent coin. He's the budgie of the Class B, I think. But his tail is going to be an issue. And in fact, it looks to me like they've put him out.
So B in the recessive pieds is Mick Mann from Victoria, last year's winner.
Okay, well, I can see they've put him out.
So the recessive pied currently sitting in first is cage N, which is from South Australia.
Yeah, and it's one of the birds that I identified. But, as I said, the only issue he'll have is that he's just a bit heavily marked. So he'll get penalised for that. But he's a good budgie.
Second place we have O, which is DNS Books from North and Central Queensland.
Yeah, there's another bird there that I think you'll find. There's two, actually, I think you're going to find that will feature a little bit later on. And that's S and K. K sitting on the bottom row just at the minute. Right, if we can head back to the crests. And here's an interesting thing, that bird's still in first place. And I'm fortunate to have Kelly sitting next to me. Have you got your mic on, Kelly? All right, they're still moving birds around at this point in time if we just move along. So currently we have the Holmes family in first. All right, in second place we have G, which is the Bradley family for Victoria. In third place we have O, which is the Bowl family from South Queensland. All right, in fourth place we have B, which is a bird from Kivas and Hoskin in Queensland. We already know about them. They've won the Fallow class today. R is the bird from Ron Melbourne in New South Wales. E is a bird from, oops, better go back. G and D Piemont from New South Wales. H is G and D Piemont from New South Wales again. I is the bird from Kivas and Hoskin in South Queensland. So remember, they were the winners of the Fallow class earlier today. All right. Okay. All right, well, we can see the bird running up and down in queue. Q belongs to P. McElroy from North and Central Queensland. That's not a name I'm familiar with, so it's lovely to see new, fresh names coming to the fore. Congratulations, guys, on getting a bird to the National. All right. Okay, so I'm just gonna speak to Kelly. Kelly, your influence is very notable on the Holmes family birds. How much time are you spending with them?
I would say 3 to 5 hours a day, maybe.
Well, it's very evident when I see these birds sitting on the perch, because I can tell you with Troy that he's renowned for having birds running up and down the cage. I must say that's a magnificent looking specimen in cage C sitting there, and it hasn't moved. So that's testament to the amount of effort and time you put in How hard is it to breed a good crest?
Oh, I think that's a Troy question.
Okay, Troy, how hard to breed a bird like that?
Look, I think a lot of credit has to go to Steve Bradley. He sold a pair at the auction a couple of years ago, I think, at Victor Harbour. And I purchased those and bred a hen that finished ninth in the Nationals last year. And that hen is the mother of this bird. So Stephen has really focused on getting the crest central, which you'll see particularly in that bird in cage C, but also in the bird in cage G, which is closely related to the bird in cage C.
Okay.
So he's obviously there's a lot of focus on getting that right, because 35 points of the standard goes towards the centralisation of that crest and just how particularly round and neat and nice it is. So it's a credit to him as a breeder, I think.
The variety's certainly come a long way in the last few years. I mean, it used to be that a bird with one or two feathers kicking up on the middle of its head or the side of its head could win the class. Now we do need to have that centralised crest, don't we?
We got very lucky this year. We actually took the mother of that bird in cage C, and we thought we'll pair it into one of our best budgies and breed some crest breds, and we fluked a crest out of it. So we have a crest sitting at home waiting next year that is very closely related to the grey cinnamon that ran fourth in the cinnamon class.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, that'll be something to look forward to for next year. Oh, what's the odds of breeding a crest like that?
I did ask John Mully, and he said it was, I think it was like 1 in 50 or something. It was a very 1 in 50 or 1 in 100.
Yep.
But we managed to get one, and it's a very good one.
Oh, good. Okay, well, not a lot of movement happening. They're just sorting out a few in the bottom row. So we go back to maybe the recessive pieds, and we'll see what's happening there if we can. They're still... Yeah. Right, so here we go. Yep, there are the guys. No, not yet. Right. So
Cage C in the recessive pied class is Norm Wheatley from WA.
All right, okay.
We have in cage R, GNL Ryan from South Queensland. In cage F, we have Mario Capasso from New South Wales.
Yep.
Mario, a big fan of recessive pieds. It's always loved them. In fourth place, we have cage P, Mario Capasso, also from New South Wales.
Okay, Mario has certainly been breeding recessive pieds for a long time.
In cage S, we have Ali Hilmardi from Victoria.
Okay, well, for people who don't know, Ali is one of our doctors in the budgerigar fancy, and the reason when you speak to them, and I spoke to Adrian, who is also a neurosurgeon, the reason they said that they have budgerigars is that they're the greatest stress release they could come across. So they get home from saving people's lives, helping people to walk, working on their brains, and they go into the bird room and bang, they switch off. They don't think about anything else other than the care of their budgerigars. So we're looking at James and Rod still moving birds on the top row. Okay. Okay, well, here we are. We're still moving birds around. As I said earlier on, the bird that we've got currently in first place is a bird from Western Australia, and it's owned by Norm Wheatley, and Norm's just going to join us now on the live stream. Norm, how are you feeling at the moment?
Pretty nervous at the moment. So.
Of course, that heart must be pounding.
Oh, it is.
I mean, this is the pinnacle, isn't it? This is what you breed budgies for.
This is, like years and years of work, and been over 30 years, breeding recessive, so it's been a long time, and to get here today is like a Melbourne Cup, there's so much work has to go into them.
There's only one difference, you don't get the millions of dollars,
we don't get the money, but, it's not about the money all the time, so,
Normally you take the Logie, I think.
Yeah.
No, I'd take the money, sorry.
Normally, how many Logies have you won?
I've won 5 now, so...
Ooh, he's creeping in.
I'm 5 and, what about 3 seconds and 3/3 or something.
No one
now, so-
remembers those, but those 5 wins and possibly, potentially a 6th one puts you so close to the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, so, I've been very lucky over the years and started in about 94. I think I won my first recesses bite in Tasmania, so I've been very lucky. And that was, I'd only been shown for 2 years then, so it was very good. So
He's a good solid budgie. He stands up the perch. He's got wide shoulders. When he releases, the blow is nice. He fills out the shape.
Yeah, he's a very, very big brother. I've got 4 of them at home. Probably there's one better, but he didn't have a tail. But the whole family's very big. It's a cross between mine and the Randalls, so I will give Malcolm a lot of credit there. So it goes back to his diploma line and my recessive line that I've been going for many, many years. So
Tell us, Normie, is it related to the ones you've got in the auction today?
Yes, it's all the one family, and the cockbird. He doesn't look like these as much, but he is from the same family. It comes through. There's a bit of Randall, my blood, and a bit of Seth Gearing's back through the line. So, but it's mostly been the family that I've been concentrating on and breeding for the years. So it's very good.
Yeah,
line.
I think that just proves that it doesn't happen overnight, does it?
No.
It's very rarely you just put 2 birds together and out pops a national winner. It's years and years of breeding, following the genetic family.
Yeah, and you're the same, Stephen, that that, and Troy, and you know that over the years, you're always planning about 3 years ahead. So you're looking at what you can put into them to improve them bigger, because if you sit on your laurels, you're going to get beaten. So you're always looking at that bigger birds, looking at what you can bring into it every now and again as an outcross. And, and especially in these days too, they've got to be a lot cleaner and, know that the flecking's not on their head, which is at one stage a lot of the recessives did have. So
that's exactly right.
The cleanness of the wings and everything else now, it's a lot goes into it.
When you look at the variety, one of the problems that you see with the variety is that hens are quite often heavily marked. So how do you go about reducing that in your breeding stock?
Well, it's a funny thing is there's one here today. I think he's I'd have to get his number, but he's very clean. But in G, he's sitting in G at the moment. He's very clean, but some of his sisters is very heavily marked. So what I do is try and eliminate that over time, and I might give a few of them away to people who have got dark eyes and stuff like that. So it's the luck of the draw sometimes, But a lot of the hens are definitely marked a bit heavier.
Yeah.
And, you like to see them nice and clean. It's a lot of work to get them like that,
Do you breed dark eyes as well?
No, I don't breed them.
You don't?
No,
Okay, it's a wonder.
I've avoided that, and I've saw, because I got the lesser varieties in like recesses and fallows, and I try not to get too many lesser varieties,
that's right,
because
there's a lot of wastage, isn't there?
It does take a lot of you birds, you better birds, and it does. It chews up a lot of your good birds.
Okay, and I don't know if we... Crests? We go back to the crests at the moment, and we've already topped and tailed them, have we?
We're doing that now.
Right. No, I think we've already topped and tailed.
No, we're doing that now. So as in we're reversing them back. Yep.
Yeah.
So they're going through the bottom row.
So I can see Troy's heart pounding through his chest at the moment. So I'm lucky enough to be sitting in this room with 2 people. Both of them have their birds sitting in first place.
Yeah, it's great for everybody, Troy puts a lot of work in, and he's modernising the Budgie Society at the moment with all this high tech, the live streaming and everything else that we have now. I think it's a great initiative, you know, and even out of this year, if we can just have 40 new members within Australia, I think it's going to be great for the hobby. So
certainly going to make a difference long term. Troy, how are you feeling at the moment?
I'm just very happy that I think South Australia just got belted in the last couple of classes there. So the fact that we're sitting somewhere towards the front of both the recessive pieds and the crests is fantastic at the moment. And I think it's ironically going to come down to the whitecaps and the hens.
Oh, I think you're right.
It wouldn't surprise me if it's a draw between SA and South Queensland, which would just be great for the camaraderie between the two states, because it's a lot of fun.
Good. Now, on our live stream, we see that they've taken the first bird on the second row and they've put it up next to the last bird on the top row, and they're making a comparison there. Now, should that bird that's right on the end stay, then it will have to be compared to the bird next to it as well. This is where I wish we had the camera, the microphone, so we could hear what they were saying.
Had a message come through from Sue Adams saying, "Go South Australia." Had a message come through from Pagan Martin saying, "Come on, Steffi's brother. I've got everything crossed. So proud of you. You've got this."
Okay, well, they're just checking, making sure that they haven't missed anything. It would be nothing more embarrassing that you finish judging, you then have the birds go outside, all the public come in and have a look, and here's this blessed thing at 13 that all of a sudden decides it's going to show and could easily have been placed much, much higher. So I think they must be getting fairly close, to be honest. They haven't moved any of the top row around. It will never beat the bird in front of it. There's just too much budgie. Yeah. Okay, and I think they're done. I think they're going to go for the texture and mark the cages. So I want to be the first to congratulate Kelly on such a fantastic job in training that budgie to sit on the cage, and to Troy and the whole Holmes family. Well done.
Thank you.
Congratulations to South Australia.
Oh, yeah. And well done. Well done, Troy and Kelly.
Okay, so in first place we have, if I go to the crests. Okay, so in first place we have C, which, as you all know, is the Holmes family from South Australia. In second place, if Nigel could get his head out the way, is O. And if I remember correctly, that is the Bradley family. Is that right?
No, the Bowl family.
The Bowl family.
Yes.
Ah, right.
South
Okay.
Queensland.
So congratulations to the Bowl family. Right, in third place, can't see, is the Bradley family. Right, so they obviously moved around. So you can see that's a dark factor Spangle. In fourth place is B, and that belongs to Keeves and Hoskin from South Queensland.
So that's Tiana's. So as much as we might have won the class,
Yeah.
SQ just beat us in the class.
Oh,
so
well.
they finished second and fourth.
Yep, so the points.
Yep, they're going backwards slightly.
Oh, okay. So once again, I can't see what's happening. Okay. But hasn't this class of budgies improved so dramatically? More than anything else in the last 5 or 6 years, they've gone from being tiny little thin things to actually birds of substance. And with the crest sitting right on top of the head, the central crest, they certainly become a much more competitive bird.
Now the superstition came true, Stephen. So he said that the Holmes family won in 2018. When
The results
Wiedenhofer
of
family
class
won.
26th, Crest. First is Cage C is first. Cage O is second. Cage G is third. Cage B is fourth. Cage I is fifth. Cage E is sixth. Cage U is seventh. Cage R is eighth. Cage J is ninth. Cage Q is 10th. Cage S is 11th. Cage F is 12th. Cage K is 13th. Cage H is 14th. Cage D is 15th. Cage P is 16th. Cage T is 17th. Cage A is 18th. Cage M is 19th. Cage L is 20th. And Cage N is 21st. I'll hand you over to Jim.
For a minute there, I thought I was judging your Spangle class. Spangles are dominating the crest at the moment. What a lovely class of birds we had up there, really. There's some birds up there with issues, but to see all those, all the birds are full-crested birds, which is great. So that was a great initiative a few years ago, that the full circle crest would take precedent. But still, the type of the bird's got to go in place. Look, a winning bird tonight is a double factor Spangle. He's a beautiful budgie. He really is. I said, the only thing we can ping on, he's got a little bit of body colour, but he's so powerful. He's a really nice, he's a nice show bird. He's a ripper. The second place bird is the whitecap. Very well presented bird. Every feather's in place. Lovely crest. And a very typey little budgie. The third one was the cinnamon violet, the violet angle there. Bit messy around the wing area, that's why we couldn't push him up any further. We had him up there for a while, but put him back down. But still a nice and strong in the head. And Cage B, the yellow-faced Spangle, so once again Spangles are dominating. One of the birds we think we had to do hard by was the bird in Cage J. And Cage J is my favourite number for some reason, I don't know why. Lovely, it's a lovely budgie, but it's so far out of condition, and it's got super lengthy feathers. If you get a chance, have a look at it. It's got a lovely mark in that later on, but we just couldn't push it up any further on condition only. But a pleasure to judge this class, a really good pleasure. And the Rob Hugo will be looking down at us smiling now, I reckon.
And if we have a look at the score sheet, we can see South Queensland, 24 points compared to South Australia, 18.
Now the
so that's
winners
6
of
points.
that, there was a bottle of whiskey being raffled off. The winner is, actually I'm going to claim this one myself. I won't give it to Gary Hibbard. Yeah, no, I won that, not Gary. So congratulations, Gary, on the bottle of whiskey. I take it you're going to shout to everyone tonight with it, eh? Okay, and the second bottle, the second prize is a bottle of Hentley Farm wine, goes to Michael Smith. Yeah. So you can get it off Catherine over there. Yeah. We might sample it first. Hey, Catherine.
Okay, we're going back to just quickly, once again, the score sheet. And also we're looking at the recessive pieds. And they're certainly taking their time here. They're just topping and tailing by the looks of it. Yeah, they are a little bit slow and undecisive. Right, if we look at the team scores after the last class, which was the Crest, and we have Victoria 544, New South Wales 496, South Queensland 421. They've skipped ahead of South Australia, which is not good for South Australia, who are on 408. We have North and Central Queensland on 319. We have Western Australia on 242 and Tasmania on 190. All right, so if we can go back to Cam 1, and we can see where they're still, Rod and James are still judging the recessive pied class. And they've taken the bottom row, put it to the top. Now, I don't know if you noticed, but they actually left the winning bird on the top row. And I think what they're trying to do is to just let that bird settle. Excuse me. Earlier on, he wasn't moving at all, and in the last few minutes, he started to play up a little bit.
So just looking here, obviously where we've topped and tailed, we've got KGL at the beginning of the bottom row, which is now sitting up top. The KGL in the recessive pieds is Malcolm Loveridge. We then have Cage K, which is Mario Capasso. I can't see the next one, but Cage D is Brian Good from South Queensland. Almost can see it over James's neck there, not quite. In Cage M, we have P. Cross from Tasmania. I can't quite tell if that's B or O next door.
The next class that's been benched now is the hens class, which will be judged by Nigel and Jim. And there was one other class to go, would be the Australian Whitecaps.
Okay, just looking, I suspect James and Rod are having difficulty because of the amount of markings on the birds. But anyway, they're quickly reversing the order again. And remember I just mentioned that the bird in C, which was the bird that was in first place, was playing up, and they chose not to put it down the bottom. And what's happened? He's relaxed. And I think that's what they want to make sure that that's the way he's going to be presented to everybody. Because he certainly is the class bird in that class. And I'll just move him along, and hopefully he'll just get up on the perch. He's certainly not running up and down like he was before. And Norm's sitting here beside me. He's just about chewed off his fingernails.
It's just been too long.
It has been a long time, Normie.
It's taken them a long time.
You know what? You're a great interviewer, mate. You've given us some good insight into this bird and what he means to you, what it means to win today.
Yeah, you know, it's a lot of people work behind the scenes too, you know. It's like everybody's always a good woman behind us, Troy, and, you know, when you're going out the bush and working and business development, you know, you got to have somebody at home looking after them. So it's very...
Come on, play the game. Get up on that perch.
They've upset him more.
Oh, well, yeah. I can see he's not a bird that you want to stick very much. You can do little things like blow on him to calm him down. But we do know he's the superior budgery in the class, and congratulations. I think they are about to just mark the cages.
He pulled the pen out and walked off stage.
Oh, that's okay. I'm sure it's safe.
Normie's heart just stopped.
He was the class bird right from the word
Well done, Normie.
Thanks, John.
Well done, mate. That's a bit of a relief.
Oh. Can I go now?
Yeah.
No.
You can go out and celebrate with all the other people from Western Australia. Congratulations.
Thank you for your time, Norman.
And
we appreciate it.
No, he's a super budgie for the variety. Okay. It's interesting they took a long time, so it's going to be interesting to hear their comments on the birds. You know, I look at the bird in second place, and the only thing you can fault him on is the percentage of markings is just that little bit heavy. Right. Third place bird is just about spot on as far as the requirements, and yet it's not quite the same quality of bird. The bird in fourth, way too heavy markings wise, and fifth is the same, and there's the issue with the variety. Okay, J I like the look of. P, and the bird that I would like to mention, right, was B, and I think that bird was disqualified, and it'll be because of his tail length.
That's the bird from McMahon last year's winner.
Yeah, it was a super bird too. Right, now I don't know. We're probably going to stay here with the recessive pies, but I do know that the hens are out on the staging already, and the judges haven't come out yet. But this is always one of those premier classes.
It's certainly where the big boys play, isn't it, Steve?
Yeah, they do, and I've seen some nice birds there.
Results of Class 25, recessive pied. Cage C is first. Cage F is second. Cage R is third. Cage N is fourth. Cage J is fifth. Cage P is sixth. Cage S is seventh. Cage G is 8th. Cage O is 9th. Cage A is 10th. Cage L is 11th. Cage K is 12th. Cage H is 13th. Cage D is 14th. Cage M is 15th. Cage Q is 16th. Cage I is 17th. Cage U is 18th. Cage T is 19th. And the bird in Cage B is DQ'd.
Okay. So it's going to be interesting to hear the comments here, because it certainly took a long time for the judges to make their decision with the recessive pieds. And as I said, one of the birds that I thought was outstanding was the bird in B, but I did question the tail length. Right.
Thanks, Dave. Recessive pieds. Sort of looked at the class as a whole, and we thought looked a little bit down on recent years as far as a class. But the two first birds were the two best ones as far as a bit of substance, a bit of size, and the top end. So had features in the face, had decent mask and spots. Certainly when you look at the birds, the first two probably were the two that stood out as a little bit of a gap to the rest of the birds, because they were the ones that had a bit of a combination of facial features plus a bit of size and a bit of height. So first bird showed well, really good variety, nice face, and that good depth of skull. He's got a really nice top end, and he showed pretty much well a lot of the time. The second bird, a little bit smaller in size, not much behind, but again, pretty reasonable variety. Nice and lovely spots. Now that second bird's got a really good set of spots. First one had a couple of spots, but as recessives, they can have none or they can have 6. So the spots really stood out on the second one, but those two sort of were better in size and top end. The third bird, nice stylish long cock. Again, good variety, nice face, cap feature. Then we came to the 4th and 5th, not dissimilar birds, not quite the variety we're looking for in those two birds, but as far as the rest of the class, they were the ones that had a little bit of feather, a little bit of face, a little bit of direction across the sear, as far as certainly the 4th bird over the 5th bird. Not much between them. They're probably not the ideal variety, but they were better certainly in facial features and some of those modern features we're looking for in the top end, compared to some of the other birds later that were probably better variety but didn't have the facial features. Certainly the feather direction was what we saw lacking in the back end of the class particularly, but top two birds, really nice birds. Well done to the exhibitor and anyone, again, breeding this variety. It's a challenge, trying to get a budgie as far as type and then also get the variety as well. But well done to everyone who had a bird on the bench, and special well done to the person who finished up the top. Thanks.
Okay, if you look at the score sheet, we can see South Australia is pressing forward.
And the DQ bird at the end was DQ'd because it didn't have primary tail feathers.
Right. Remember, I did say right at the word go that was going to be an issue with that bird. But if we look at the point score, South Australia, 21 points, and their main competitor, South Queensland, 12. Where's the next one? 12 and 5, 17. So South Australia have managed to bridge the gap a little bit. Okay, what we will have shortly coming up is the team score. And here we go. So Victoria, 556. New South Wales, 518. South Queensland, 438. South Australia, 429. So it's only 9 points in arrears. North and Central Queensland, 326. Western Australia, 263. And Tasmania, 195. So as we can see, it's pretty hard to not have Victoria win. They'd almost need to score no points in the next couple of classes. But the real interest is in South Australia and South Queensland. Can South Australia bridge the gap of 9 points from South Queensland? It's certainly going to come down to these last two classes. And as we look at one of the last classes, which is the hens class, we have Nigel Tonkin and Jimmy Fletcher judging those classes, and we'll just run through the hens. In cage A, we have a South Australian bird from Malcolm Loveridge. In B, we have Ian Snyder from North and Central Queensland. In C, we have Ian Hunter from Victoria. D is Mick Gearing from Western Australia. O'Callaghan family from North and Central Queensland is in E. Norm Wheatley, who just won the crest, has a hen in cage F. And, of course, he's from Western Australia. In G, we have Jeffrey Leong from Victoria. H is C and D Squires from New South Wales. And a new name for me, Steve Jacklin from Tasmania in I. Dale Ward is the next one from Tasmania in J. And Joe Pentel from South Queensland in K. Gary Jones, South Queensland in L. And in M, we have the Holmes family from South Australia. In N, O'Callaghan family from North and Central Queensland. And O, we have Peter Thorne, I'm sure that's what it is, from Victoria. In cage P, we have Mick Gearing from Western Australia. Q, we have Brett O'Brien from South Queensland. Greg Gregorio from New South Wales is in R, while Michael Crosley from South Australia finds his bird in cage S. Derek Poole from Tasmania has T. And last but not least, Greg Gregorio, who has two hens in this class, in cage U, and he's from New South Wales. Now, I suspect they've started to move the birds around a little bit, and I'll just tell you, there were two hens that stood out in my mind when I looked at them earlier on, and one of them was in cage C, and the other one was in cage E. So one was a cinnamon hen, and the other one was a dominant pied, if I can remember.
You have a look at that cinnamon hen. Look at the depth of mask. Hope that she stands up off the perch. She's a beautiful, solid hen. Okay. Right, I don't know. They're still getting the birds sorted in the other class, and of course that's going to be the white cap. So just while they're judging here, if I go through the white caps. So in Cage A, we have C. Thomas from Western Australia. Cage B is Sue Adams from South Australia. Gary Edwards from South Queensland in Cage C. In Victoria, we have D. Tui, who's got a bird in Cage D. E is M&S Evans from North and South Queensland. F is John Mully from South Australia. New South Wales, Craig Buckingham. It's not a name we haven't heard much mentioned this weekend, so good to see he's got a white cap in, and that's in Cage G. Derek Poole from Tasmania has H. I is Alan Davison from South Queensland. Lloyd Richardson has J, and he's from Victoria. Derek Poole from Tasmania has another entrant in K. Guy Catrali from Western Australia in L. G. Glendahill from North and Central Queensland is in M. We had Doug and Ruth Lang from South Australia in N. We have Alan Rowe from Victoria in O. Good to see Alan's represented here in the white cap class. We have in Cage P, C. Thomas from Western Australia. We have Peter Ryan in Q from New South Wales. Roy Blair from Tasmania in R. Trevor Broadbent from South Queensland in S. Andrew Uze from New South Wales in T. And A. Buffer from North and Central Queensland in U. If we go back to the live stream screen, what we can see at this point in time is they're starting to rearrange their birds, and we have bird C in first place at this stage. We have M in second. We have B in third. Looks like it's O in fourth. I suspect that it's E or F in fifth. Sure. Okay, this is a class where we just purely judge the budgie. The variety shouldn't really come into it too much. It's just the strength of the bird. Okay, and as I said, for me, one of the standouts was the bird that's in first place in C. The beautiful sky, beautiful light green cinnamon hen. Okay, into second place has gone L. And L belongs to
Gary Jones
from South Queensland. Well, I know South Australia don't want that bird there, but you can see why she's in that place. Okay, if we can go to the left of the screen and just have a look at L, that'd be great. Working our way down. Some birds running around on the bottom of the floor. All right, have a look at Elle. Elle's a lovely hen. She's sitting. Oh, okay. There she goes. She's sitting up nicely. Strong off the perch. Very solid body. The one thing that lets her down compared to the bird in front of her is the spot size, of course, and the amount of directional feather. But a beautiful silhouette shape. You can see, notice the tail following all the way through the line. She's displaying a good amount of back skull. But as I said, the one feature that, or the two features that separate the two is the spot size and the directional feather that's on the top of the head. Right. If we can just quietly move across to Cam 1, and that should come up on our screen. And this is the white cap class, of course. And this will be the last class judged by James Bader and Rod Turnbull. And there we go. And they've already started to move the birds, so they're trying to catch up time-wise, I can see. And if I can find my notes, the birds that stood out in this class for me when I had a quick look was G, D, and C. Well, there we go. C's straight to the front. T I missed. But I did know when I looked at these birds, they were almost in darkness. So it was very hard to see the birds properly. But C was certainly a standout. I just hate it when those birds climb on the front of the wire. Okay. D. Big strong budgie. These are an amazing variety of budgerigar. I mean, ultimately we're going to see this bird is the one that's going to give us a green body, a green looking body, and a white face and cap. Yeah. So they're still moving the birds around, and they've been very decisive at the moment. They're not mucking around. And if we go back to if we can okay, M has moved in the hens. M has moved into second place. And M belongs to, I wonder, who does M belong to, Troy?
Kelly.
Kelly, right. The Holmes family. This is a lovely light green hen. Okay. I don't know what they're talking about, but when you look at the quality hens, you can't but not enjoy what you see. Okay, P sitting on the floor, and they haven't even tried to get it up at this stage, so it must be a bird of quality to be in fourth place without sitting on the perch. So there's a little gap between fourth and fifth. That's probably to allow a bit of movement. Another bird sitting on the floor. That doesn't help us, does it?
So KG in the hens class is the O'Callaghan family from North Queensland. Cage G is Jeffrey Leong from Victoria. Cage F is Norm Wheatley from WA.
Norm, who just won the crest.
Cage H is Norm won the Fallows, recessive pieds, I think.
The recessive pieds, yeah.
H is Cole Squires from New South Wales. Cage I is Stevie Jacklin from Tasmania. Cage S is Mike Crosley from South Australia. Going down to the bottom row.
Okay, we've gone back to... Are we? Okay, we're back to the white caps. No, we're back to the hens. Sorry. And they're still looking...
No, they've moved L back into second place.
Have they? Okay.
So on the bottom row, we can't quite see the N1.
Right, we'll see let's see what's happening with the white caps. And remember, I think we had C was sitting first. Is it still there?
So you're sitting there, which is the bird from South Queensland, Gary Edwards, in second place. Is that T?
T, yeah.
Second place we have Andre Oos from New South Wales.
Yeah, Andre would be pretty happy with himself.
Third
I think
place.
Andre's one of the team carers, isn't he? For New South Wales? No, he's not there this year? Right.
We have Alan Rowe in third place.
Okay, well, Alan's got to be pretty happy with that at this point in time.
Sue Adams from South Australia in 4th place.
Well, that's a great effort for Sue. Get off
Cage
the
D
wire.
is D. Tui from Victoria. He's happy to be on the camera for his 15 seconds of fame.
The bird is probably like its owner, I'd say. Oh, right. I just heard his owner can't do that because he's just had a hip replacement.
We've then got Peter Ryan in cage Q from New South Wales. In cage G, we have Craig Buckingham from New South Wales. In cage F, John Mully from South Australia. In cage U, A. Buffer from North and Central Queensland. And in cage J, we have Lloyd Richardson from Victoria. We then have down on the bottom row, cage S, Trevor Broadbent from South Queensland. Then in cage L, we have G. Catrali from Western Australia. In cage K, Derek Poole, show manager from Tasmania. In cage P, we have C. Thomas from Western Australia. Can't quite see the next one. And for Mary, we have Kerry Gleedhill from North and Central Queensland.
Yep.
Then we have in cage H, Derek Poole from Tasmania. In cage E, M&S Evans from North and Central Queensland. In
Cage I.
Cage I, we have Aline Davies from South Queensland. In cage A, C. Thomas from WA. And in 21st, we have Doug and Ruth Lane from South Australia.
Right. Now they're still assessing the birds on the top row and having a little bit of trouble getting the 3rd place bird on the perch. But if they just take their time, it'll happen. And he's gone down, moved down to 4th. So the owner of that won't be as happy as the person who was in 4th going up to 3rd. And here we go back to the hens, and there hasn't been a lot of movement there other than the 2nd bird went down a spot and the 3rd bird has gone up a spot, and which is how it was earlier on in the day in the judging procedure. So if we just roll along with our camera and we have a look at...
So in the hens class, you've got Ian Hunter in 1st. You've got Gary Jones from South Queensland in 2nd. In 3rd place, the Holmes family from South Australia. In 4th place, Mick Gearing from WA. In 5th place, the O'Callaghan family from North Queensland. 6th place, we have Jeffrey Leong from Victoria. In 7th place, Norm Wheatley from Western Australia. 7th or 8th place, we have Greg Gregorio from New South Wales. We then have what appears to be H.
H, I think, yeah.
H would be Cole Squires from New South Wales.
Yeah, I.
We have Stevie Jacklin from Tasmania.
And S.
S is Mike Crosley from Tasmania.
So
from South Australia.
That rounds out the top row. And if we've got H in the bottom row.
H in the bottom row belongs to Cole Squires from New South Wales.
U.
Oops, sorry, we've got...
It's B. Yep, sorry.
B is Ian Schneider from North and Central Queensland.
Okay, U.
U is Greg Gregorio from New South Wales.
A.
A is Malcolm Loveridge from South Australia.
D.
D is Mick Gearing from WA.
Hang on. O.
O is Peter Thurn from Victoria.
Let's make sure. Yeah. The next one must be Q.
Q is Brett O'Brien from South Queensland.
Right, then we've got a little gap. And the other birds, the judge is standing directly in front, so we can't actually see.
J.
The one, J.
Is Dale Ward from Tasmania. We then have K, which is Joe Pantel from South Queensland.
N.
and N, which is the O'Callaghan family from North Queensland.
And the one that's after J, I think, is U.
No, I don't think. I think U was up higher.
Do we?
Yeah, U is back here next to H.
All right. I can't see. Now I can see it's T, sorry.
T is Derek Poole from Tasmania.
Right. Okay. So we go back to the white caps. And what are we seeing here? They're now changing the bottom row to the top row and the top row down to the bottom. Yeah. Okay, so, yep, it looks like while we were looking at the hens that the bird that was in second place has now gone to first.
So that's Andre Oos.
Yeah, and first has gone down to second.
Which is the bird from Gary Edwards, and the South Australian bird is in third.
Right.
So what's interesting about this, Steve, and looking at those scores, is appears to be reasonably neck and neck in the white caps, but in the hens class, obviously South Queensland are currently second, but their second and third hens are down on the bottom shelf, so it's going to be very close.
I thought that might be the case. I felt certain that it had come down to the last class, and that's exactly how it's going to pan out. And the reason that I could say that is I actually had the opportunity to have a look at the birds earlier before the judging started today, and I could see that we were going to be very, very close for that third position. All right. Interesting. We're now down to the last class that they're judging, and they're getting through it at a much quicker pace than earlier on. And so the dominant pie's moved up 2 places. That's I is now sitting.
So I and S are the 2 other birds from South Queensland in that white cap group.
Right.
So one is sitting in 11th and the other one is about 16th.
Yep.
In that group. In South Australia, you're sitting 3rd and I believe about 8th.
Right, so we're back at the hens and they still haven't swapped rows yet. So they're still trying to sort out their order on the top row.
So South Australia here is sitting 3rd and 10th, and currently SQ in K, L, and Q.
Well,
K is second last.
Yeah. K is about 20th place.
L is obviously the bird in second.
Yeah.
So where is Q?
Q is the bird, I can see it directly in front of us there. It's the grey-green Spangle.
It's going to be very close.
Oh, my goodness. It's a bit hard to call, isn't it? Okay, there's a bird moving further up. No? They've changed their mind, have they? No? Yep. G has moved another place forward into 4th. And I think that's the...
that's a Jeffrey Leong bird?
Yeah, she's a pretty strong hen. Probably the thing that lets her down is I suspect she's broken a tail this morning. So she only has one tail feather left. And the other thing is that she's just a little short spot size-wise. It's those big spots that create the impact. Just one of the features you see in C, the leading hen at this point in time. That spot size is so impressive, and the shape of them is impressive too. Certainly you have to compliment Ian Hunter on the quality of that bird and the presentation of it, and obviously the carers of the team. And that's something that we haven't mentioned much this weekend. The carers who take all responsibility for presenting these birds, and they mostly do a wonderful job.
There was actually a standing ovation this morning, a guard of honour formed for Dougie. So Doug Lang was 22 years in the role. Today was his last day when they walked the hens class out, and Dougie packed up his gear and walked out.
Well, it would have been a tearful little walk, no doubt. It's a hard thing to walk away from anything for so long. And then what's happened? So we've had a change here. So we've had the second bird relegated to 4th. So that means the
South
Holmes
Queensland
family
bird has moved down 2
Yeah, the
places.
Holmes family bird has moved into 2nd. Jeffrey Leong has moved into 3rd. So you've got Victoria 1st and 3rd. You've got South Australia in 2nd. And in 4th place, you've got South Queensland. And once again, pretty much, 23 points will be the Victorian team. So they surge further ahead. What are they doing? They're getting ready to top and tail, I suspect. I think because this is their last class, they're dragging it out.
I think we're a little bit over time today.
Are we? They're certainly not the fastest judges that we've ever come across.
I think the fastest judge in the world is sitting 2 seats away from me, to my right. Very good one at that.
Thanks for that. You know, once you see him. It'll be interesting to hear what they have to say in Austria when I judge over there. So they're topping and tailing. So for no, both sides. Yeah. Yeah. And this is an important part of the process where we bring the bottom row up to the top, as I mentioned earlier on. You know, you'll get to see at eye level, right, a bird that you haven't had a real close look at. You know, and I can sit back here and look and say, well, you know, there's a couple of birds that look more impressive now that they're on the top row than what they did down the bottom. The only thing you have to worry about is that the slight change in lighting can affect their performance and how they respond. But, you know, if I'm sitting back here looking and you go, well, okay, D probably needs to be a little bit further up in the line. T still laying over the perch. And once again, can you see the bird directly in front of Jimmy Fletcher? It's another one that has more of the bird in front of the perch than up from the perch. And the stance is very important. If you have a look at our standard of perfection, it stipulates what angle and what stance the bird should have. So T, once again, laying over the perch. Right, so they're looking at what looks like the grey-green hen. And she's moving down the line. Sorry about that, whoever owns up there. Right, maybe we can cross back to the white cap and see what's happening there. Not a lot of activities happening with the cinnamons, and in the white caps, what have we got? If we can just say pan back a little bit further, we can see the birds on the left-hand side. All right. No, we're not prepared. All right, let's see what's happened. Okay, now finally the white caps have been transferred, so we've got the birds going back to their original position. So we've still got T in first. We've got bird in second place is C. B is in third place. In fourth place we have, can't see it, O. Next one is D. We've got Q and G and U. Now they're taking the first bird in the bottom row up to compare it to the last bird in the top row. So these guys are nearly finished. There may be some adjustments in the top row just to finalise everything. Whereas if you can see, no, we're not going to go back there just yet. They're still judging quite vigorously the cinnamons. Oh, not sorry, the hens in the second row.
Yeah, so they've found the Peter Thurn hen there.
Yeah.
Having a very good look at her against a hen from Mick Gearing from WA.
Well, what you can see for the very first time is that grey, oh, she's gone now. She's got up on the perch and settled, and when she does, she's quite a solid hen. Just, she needs a bit of that Kelly training, I'd say. Whoever owns that bird, talk to Kelly. Now, I mentioned earlier on that when we stood back and looked, I thought that the pied hen was showing itself off to its fullest potential, and sure enough, it's moved up a spot. Could possibly move another one yet. Just watching, you're just making comparisons. Okay, so in the whitecaps, I did notice there was a bit of interest in the third and fourth place birds, and we've got them looking, and don't be surprised if we see them swapped over. We've got the opaline against the normal. No, they're happy to leave it there.
So sitting there at the moment, Andre Hughes from New South Wales in first. In second place, Carrie Edwards from South Queensland. In third place, Sue Adams from South Australia. And in fourth place, Alan Rowe from Victoria. In fifth place, in cage D, Damien Toohey from Victoria. Sixth in cage Q, Peter Ryan from New South Wales. Seventh place, cage G, Craig Buckingham from New South Wales. Eighth place, A Buffer from North and Central Queensland. Ninth place, cage J, Lloyd Richardson from Victoria. And in 10th place, cage F is the bird from South Australia, from John Mully.
That rounds out the top row. And if we can just go back to the left of that, if possible, and we just see if the judges still...
Yes, this is Trevor Broadbent from South Queensland.
Yeah.
So you've got, when you're looking at the difference between South Australia and South Queensland here, you've got South Queensland in second, South Australia in third, then you've got South Australia in 10th and South Queensland in 11th.
Okay.
So they're going to be dead even for points.
They will be.
In the Whitecaps if they stay this way.
That's not going to change much, and they are going to stay that way because they're marking the Whitecaps now.
And James pulls out the Coca-Cola.
Yeah.
Always refreshing.
I don't think that was a Headley Farm that he was drinking. I think that was a Coca-Cola, was it?
That was a Coca-Cola.
Right. We should have had a
I'm
Headley
sure it'll be
Farm.
ready for a Hentley Farm.
Yeah. Okay, I don't know what they're looking at now. It looks to me like they're looking at rings. I would have thought that that had been done by now. Anyway, congratulations to Andre. I'm sure he'll be delighted with his success today. James thinks his day's done. That's why he's having a drink. So we have the winner.
Congratulations to Andreas from New South Wales. In second place, South Queensland, Gary Edwards. In third place, Sue Adams from South Australia. Sue will be very excited about that. Congratulations, Sue. In fourth place, Alan Rowe from Victoria. In fifth place, Cage D, is Damien Tui from Victoria. Sorry. In sixth place, Cage Q, is Peter Ryan from New South Wales. We then have Craig Buckingham from New South Wales. In Cage U, A Buffer from North and Central Queensland. In Cage J, in ninth place, we have Lloyd Richardson from Victoria. And rounding out the top 10, John Mully from South Australia in 10th.
Okay, I know they're still marking the cages there. Is it possible to just quickly slip back to the hens just before they start making the announcements? And so they're still adjust. Oh no, they're replacing the top row back to its rightful position. Okay, so they're getting very close to making their final decisions. They'll have another look at the top row to see if there's any change need to be made. But I don't think there will be. They are really solid choices that they've got. Right, here we go. We hand back to Dave Ganser.
The results of Class 27, the Australian Whitecaps. Cage T is first. Cage C is second. Cage B is third. Cage O is fourth. Cage D is fifth. Cage Q is sixth. Cage G is seventh. Cage U is eighth. Cage J is ninth. Cage F is 10th. Cage S is 11th. Cage L is 12th. Cage K is 13th. Cage E is 14th. Cage M is 15th. Cage I is 16th. Cage P is 17th. Cage H is 18th. Cage A is 19th. And Cage N is 20th.
Thanks, Dave. Alrighty, Whitecaps. Really nice way to end the day, or end the judging. So from our perspective, Rod and I absolutely and thoroughly enjoyed working together this morning, and it was nice to finish off with the Whitecaps. So the winning bird, really popped, especially getting close to the end of that session, I suppose, or us judging him. Just when you do give him that bit of attention, he just gets there and he just does everything he needs to do. So really strong bird, excellent condition, great depth of mask, really good spots, good shoulder, some really good feather texture to go with it. And when he gives you that feather release, just fills the cage. Really strong budgie with some really good back skull. Second place bird was a sky blue cockbird. Whitecaps, a really nice budgie again. Some good shoulders, some good feather texture. Shows pretty well most of the time as well. So really nice bird. Some good directional feather in that cap. Nice cap and a bit of back skull. So quite a solid budgie. Third place bird, bit out of nick. But in saying that, really strong, powerful bird. Some good shoulder. Again, some feather texture and lovely width of cap. The fourth place bird was an opaline hen. Really nice, strong opaline sky blue hen. Really lovely feather texture. Bit out of nick as well, but a really strong bird. Good depth of mask and complemented by some really strong spots. The fifth place bird was the grey hen. A lot of substance, good shoulder, some really good mask and nice wide soft face as well with some really good directional feather. Bit erratic, but a really, really good show bird. Like I said, really solid hen, some good shoulder, well on the way to breed some nice whitecaps out of her in the future. Thank you very much.
Okay, well, that concludes James and Rod's judging at the 48th National Championships, and we have to thank and compliment them on their job well done. We're now still down to the... Oh, here we go. This is the score sheet. So if we could have that up a bit larger. There we go. So New South Wales, 14 points. South Queensland, 13. Where's the other South Queensland? 6. So that's 19 points altogether, where South Australia got 12 and 7, 19 points. So they haven't altered. So it's neck and neck at this stage. So it all comes down to the last class, I think, where we're looking at the difference between third and fourth position on the zone score sheet. And is it possible to bring that up after the white caps? Oh, right, okay, so, all right. So, okay, well, we need to go back to, oh no, actually what I'd like to do is to thank Nigel and Tracy for sponsoring the rosettes in the Australian Whitecaps, and the class sponsor being Golden Cob, which was class 27. So thank you to Nigel and Tracy. And they're marking the hens, and so we congratulate Ian Hunter on yet another first place at the National Championships with his beautiful light green cinnamon hen. In second place, I know we have the Holmes family, and I can see this is one that Troy's trained. Why? Sitting on the floor. And in third place, we have the Cobalt cinnamon or violet cinnamon. Can't quite see because of my position. And she's a big, strong hen, probably down in spots, which spoils her a little bit. In fourth place, we have a cinnamon grey-green hen, and a similar problem there. No real big spot size, but beautiful hen. I mean, it is one of the premier classes of any national show, the hens class. Okay. Just while I've got the opportunity, I would just like to thank the platinum sponsors. We've got, was it Media Stable, is it? Golden Cob. I really can't see, they need to blow it up a little bit. Events Tasmania, Country Club. We have the Hentley Farm, and we know what they're famous for. Here we go. A beautiful wine. We've got Trill, and anyone that got their registration pack.
The final class of the day is class 28, hens class. Cage C is first. Cage M is second. Cage G is third. Cage L is fourth. Cage P is fifth. Cage F is sixth. Cage E is seventh. Cage I is eighth. Cage R is ninth. Cage H is 10th. Cage U is 11th. Cage B is 12th. Cage D is 13th. Cage S is 14th. Cage Q is 15th. Cage O is 16th. Cage J is 17th. Cage T is 18th. Cage A is 19th. Cage K is 20th. And Cage N is 21st.
Just before I just finished the major sponsor, the one that I didn't get to talk about was
Well,
Tommy
here we
Wright.
are. Last class. Woohoo! You're wondering why birds finish in 21st place down the bottom there. A cinnamon grey-green hen. We're we're a bit worried about her condition, whether she's sick or not. We didn't want to stress her out too much. She's quite a nice budgie, but we did want to get in and start poking her because she's just stressed out. So a bit unfortunate. The winning bird's a lazy bugger, this cinnamon hen. She's long, but sometimes she looks elongated. And her condition's not great, but she's a big, solid budgie, a good hen, good, strong hen. The second place bird's dark green. He worries a bit around his wing areas a bit. Sometimes shows wingy features. But a good, strong hen as well. The cinnamon violet in cage, they finished third. Lovely face. Damn thing broke her tail while we was up there judging. So we didn't penalise her that much for that because it did have the tail there, but it actually snapped off. She just needed a little bit more length in her. She's a lovely, lovely bird. Then we had a few more cinnamons down there. They start to fall away pretty quick. A lot of wingy areas that need a bit of attention. Whether that's more preparation, spraying or not, I don't know. But overall, we really enjoyed them. It was a good class. Congratulations to the winner. Now, before we go, I've got a health tip for you. You look in your aviary and you see a bird sitting on your forehead, it looks dishevelled. You go down and pick it up and say, what the bloody hell's wrong with you? You find that its wing is just about enclosed by leg, right? What do? Do you try cutting the ring off? No. You dip its leg in Listerine, believe it or not. Do that every day for about a week. Then all the swelling will go out of the leg and then you make a decision whether you take the ring off or not. Many times I've tried to cut a ring off with the swelling still there, break their bloody leg or something. It just takes, because it's got alcohol in it, takes all the swelling down. So, little tip of the day. Thank you very much.
Okay, so that's the last class, and this is going to be a very interesting
That
thing.
concludes the show for judging the birds. I'd like to thank Jim, Nigel, James Vader and Rod Turnbull for officiating the show. So can you put your hands together for the show appreciation of the good job they did over the weekend? Unfortunately, it looks like a couple of them are bolted. Anyway, thanks very much. And I'd just like to congratulate the Budgerigar Council of Tasmania on such a fantastic show and a weekend that we've had. And the venue as well. It's been a great weekend. So thanks, everyone from Tasmania for a top show. Now, we're going to have lunch now, and we'll start the auction at 2 o'clock in this venue, and then followed by the melanistic. Yeah. And just a reminder again for registration of interest for next year in Cairns, see Michelle, and also assisted by Wayne down the back there on the table just in front of the auction birds.
Right.
But anyway, Michelle's down there. She'll help you out and give you all the information, and it should be a beautiful time.
Okay, as we wind down our live feed, there's a few things that we need to mention. First of all, in the hens class, the points, and this is very, very important because I think we're going to see a reversal of positions. Okay, so we've got Victoria gaining 14 points and 12, so it's 26. Remember, 27 is the maximum. We have South Australia 13 and...
Melanistic Spangle being held in...
13 and... Okay, so we've got the Holmes family in second place, so 13 points there. And their next bird is in 14th place, which is 3 points, so they get a maximum of 16 points. But what's interesting is their nearest rival on the zone scoreboard is South Queensland, and they got 11 and 2. So it'll be interesting to see. What I must do is say thank you to the Budgerigar Society of South Australia for sponsoring the Rosettes and for Trill for being the class sponsor. So maybe at this point in time we can go to the leaderboard scores for the zones, and we see, here we go, look at this. 6 points the difference between South Australia and Queensland. Close but not close enough. So we have Victoria winning the team event with 603 points. We have New South Wales coming second with 552. We have South Queensland with 470, South Australia with 464, North and Central Queensland with 349, Western Australia with 289, and Tasmania with 208. A comment that I wanted to make was it was interesting to see the number of cinnamons in the hens class, and obviously that bore fruit, that one of the major classes in the show in terms of quality was the cinnamons, and that's flowed through to the hens. So a great achievement by the cinnamons this year. A final thank you to Media Stable, to Golden Cob, Events Tasmania, to Country Club, Hentley Farms and their wonderful grape juice. We've got a couple of bottles sitting in front of us here that we're going to enjoy. To Tommy Wright and to Trill. And a thank you to everyone, to Tasmania for putting on this event, to my co-host Troy Holmes, to the availability of having some of the exhibitors come in and talk to us as the birds were being judged. And we invite everyone to come along next year to Queensland, to Cairns, where we will have our 49th annual ANB show. So thank you very much, and we look forward to seeing you next year as we finish the live stream. Bye for now.
Welcome. Here is a promotion video for the Australian National Budgerigar Show 2025 in Cairns. Host is the North Queensland Budgerigar Zone. The meet and greet and presentation dinner will be at Brothers Leagues Club on the second floor. Brothers Leagues Club has had a $7 million renovation upgrade. The meet and greet will be held in Dreams. Enjoy a North Queensland ale and tasty finger food with tropical flavours. There is plenty of room to sit and catch up with other budgie enthusiasts. The auditorium can comfortably seat 350 people for Sunday night's dinner and presentations. Enjoy tropical and seafood cuisine. The North Queensland Budgerigar Zone team are here to ensure that you have a wonderful evening. Cairns Colonial Club Resort is an ideal location to stay. Set on 4.4 hectares of tropical grounds and lagoon pools, 350 rooms in total. There is a promo brochure in your expression of interest. Use the promo code CAMPSHOW25 and press book. Prices should be reasonable, $139 to $169 per night. Venue is within walking distance of the Brothers Leagues Club.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's great to be here at the National Auction today after what's been a really, really good weekend of showing budgies. We've got a really good catalogue of birds here today, and we've got some other special things to deal with as well, and we'll talk about them as we go. We've even got some prizes that have been donated back by blokes who don't drink. Go figure. Well, yeah, you will find out who they are, yeah. We shouldn't bag people that choose to abstain. Why not, says Hunter? Because otherwise we'll all end up like you. Mind you, if that meant we won as many nationals as you have, that wouldn't be a bad thing either. Righto, this is the national auction. The birds are worth a lot of money, so let's not dick around. Okay, we'll try and start them at a reasonable price. We're not going to start them at $20. It's not like club auction. Okay, so I'm going to call for a higher starting prices than you would be normally used to. It's a whitish sort of a room, so wave at me. My eyes are on the front of my head, not like a budgie on the side of the head. Okay, so if I can't see you, wave. I'd hate for you to miss a bid, okay? Apart from that, Catherine, what are the logistics for those who buy? Come and pay Catherine. Okay, so they'll take their money. They'll take your money however they get it, basically. Or alcohol. All right. We'll kick this off with lot one, a pair of really good budgies. I just went and had another look at these birds. There are some cracking birds in this auction, and this grey-green cinnamon cock from Craig Barnett that's paired to the grey-green opaline pied hen. A really, really cracking pair of budgies. A great way to start an auction. First pairs in auctions are often cheap. So be a bit brave, because this is a really good pair of budgies. Who's got 1,000 to start me? 1,000 to kick them off. They've got to be worth that. 1,000 to get them going. 1,000 anywhere. Come on, you know it's going to cost you more later. I've got 1,000 there and I've got 11 here. 11's your bid. Add 1,100 now. Add 11 I've got. Add 1,100. Add 11, take another 100 anywhere. 11 I've got. This might be the best buy of the day at 1,100. Add 1,100 now. Add $1,100. I'm going to sell them. At 11, I've got 12 there. You in for 13? 13's here. Harden up, Stevie. 14 I've got. 1400 now. 14's your bid. At 1400, what happened to South Australia? Went soft. 1400 I got out the back. You need to harden up. You've been rubbing up against homes too long. 1400 I've got. At 14 now. At 1400, this is going to be cheap buying. 15. 15 now. 16. 16 I've got. 17. 17's your bid. There's 18 back at you. 1800. Have a look at that cinnamon cock, George. It's a good budgie. What have I got you at, Stevie? 18. Come on, we're not that far from 2. 19. 2 back at you. 2,000 now. At 2,000, 21 I've got. At 2,100. At 21, it's always the number that breaks people. 21 I've got. Come on, Steve, I've seen you do this before. 2,100 now. At 2,100 now, gonna sell them. At 21 and I sell. Hello. 22. 22 I've got. At 2,200. Come on, Georgie, keep it going. 23. 23 now. At 2,300. At 23. Tell him the auction's today, not tomorrow. 25. That's good for me. 25. At 20. Don't look like that. Look positive. 2,500 I've got. At 25 now, take a little 100 off you. There's 26. 26 is your bid. At 26 now. At 2,600. At 26. At 26 now, we sell. Done. Had their time. All done at 2,600 and I sell. Done. What's your number, Georgie? 36. 2,600. Oh, that was a bit of fun, wasn't it? Eric Whitten, lot 2, pair of greys. Won the grey class last year. Can't do much more than that. Now you get a pair of greys out of the same stud. 1,000 to start these ones. Good sorts of budgies. Who's got 1,000 to get them going? 1,000 I've got. At 1,000 now. At 1's your bid. At 1,000. At 1,000 now. At 1,000. Cheap pair of budgies. 1,000 I've got. At 1,000. At 1,000 now. Look, I'll let you in for a little 50 because you're all a bit sleepy. 1,000 I've got. Oh, I'll take you 100 anyway. 11's good. 11 I've got. At 1,100 now. 11's the bid. There's 12. 12 I have. At 12 now. At 1,200. At 12. At 1,200 now. 13. 13 I've got. At 1,300 now. At 13, 14. 14's your bid. At 1,400. 14 I've got. 15. Can't he count? 15. 15 I've got. At 1,500 now. At $1,500 now we sell. Done. All done at 1,500. 1,500. Hello, Roy, what do you want? No, well, you're going to stand in the way of the camera. You are. That was 15 at 1,500. Oh, look, I should have a bit of fun with this, shouldn't I? Really? Ray Slade. Where is he? Where is the... Oh, he's hiding. There he is. There he is. Oh, the latest inductee into the Hall of Fame. I won't steal much thunder from tonight. It's an elite club. I'm not sure we're going to let you in. Now, Ray won... What did you win last year? Anything? No. Just this year. You got a grey cock in the auction here. He won the grey class. You got a dominant pied hen. It's not the hen that's pictured. It's a replacement hen. This one is a half sister, full sister to the hen that was in the catalogue. This one's a better one. Trust me. I've seen them both. This one is a better one. Okay. This is a really good pair of budgies. Hall of Famer. You can put that on your business card now. Slady Hall of Fame. Someone will show me where the Hall of Fame is one day. Hey, this is a really nice pair of budgies. The hen's a sister to the diploma winner from Clyde, isn't it? Yep. Yeah. Who's a hell of a budgie too, comes second in the adult shield this year in the pied class. It's a really good pair of budgies. Give me 1,000. 1,000 to start them. Winner of the grey class this weekend. 1,000 I've got there. At 1,000 now. At 1,000. One I've got. At 1,000. 11 on the phone. 11 I have. There's 12. 12 now. At 12. At 1,200, 13. 13 I've got 14. 14's your bid. At 14 now. At 1,400. At 14. 15. 15's your bid. 16 back at you. At 1,600. It's not a conversation, it's an auction. 17. 17 I've got. At 17 now 18. 18's on the floor. At 1,800. 19, 2. 2 new blood on the phone, I've got 2. I've got 21 back at you. 21 now. At 2,100. At 21. At 2,100 now. Gonna sell them. Had their time at 2,100. 22. 22. At 23. 23's your bid. At 2,300. 23 I've got's right in front of me here. 23. At 23, 24. 24 I have. Don't listen to her, just look at me. 24's out there. It's only $100. You spent more than that this weekend. 24 I've got. At 24 now. At 2,400, 25. Good man, 25. Oh, she shakes her head. Now I'm in strife, aren't I? 2,500. 26 back at you. Look, it cost you nothing. 2,600 I've got. Do it again. I bet you won't cost you a thing. 2,600 I've got. At 26 now. Come on, just one more. 26 I have. At 2,600 now, we sell it. Done. All done at 26. 45, 2,600. You both want to move to Queensland, don't you? Not just one of you. He's staying, is he? Hey, lot 4. Lot 4 from one of the godfathers of the hobby, Alan Rowe. Pair of lutes. Come second in the dark-eyed clears this weekend. You can read all the stuff in the catalogue. Anyone that's been in budgies for even for a couple of weeks should know that Alan Rowe's won more lute classes than he can remember. He's got one of the finest studs of lutes in the country. You've got a pair of lutes here that are a really lovely pair of budgies. Got to be worth $1,000 somewhere. 1,000 I've got. At 1,000, hello. You know what this game's all about, don't you? I've got 2,000 there. 2,000 out the back. Now, come on, little B-man, harden up. Okay. 2,000 I've got. Just a little, I'll take a little 100 off you. Sell a bit more honey. Just a little 100. No, it'll be 2,100. 2 I've got. 22's over here. 24's back at you. 24 I've got. 2,400, I nearly said 1,000. 2,400 I have. At 20, hello, no, she's quicker than you. She's 26. Do you want in for 28 or are you going to beat him? He's in for 28. 28 now. I've got new blood down here at 3. 3 I've got. 32's out the back. 34's down here. 36. 38. 3,800. 38 here, 4's right in the second row. 4 I've got. I've got 42 back at you. 42 now. At 4,200. At 42, I'm sure they would love to live in Geraldton. 42 I've got. At 4,200 now. At 42, hello, no, just calm your farm. I've got 44 right out the back. I'll give you a little bit of thinking time, Phil. Do you want in at 46? You do. 46 is with Phil. 48's back at you at the front. 48 I've got here. At 4,800 now. At 4,8. At 4,8 now and I sell them. Done. All done at 4,800. 44, 4,800. But I've got to pronounce this right. Lot 5. If you're in South Australia, it's the Holmes family. Everywhere else in Australia, it's the Holmes family. Something with the way they pronounce their L's in South Australia. Lot 5. Is that what it is? You're not convicts? Don't be so proud of that. You're in Tasmania, mate. They're all bloody convicts down here. The cock, dominant pied sky blue split lacewing, cinnamon grey green hen. How many classes did you come in second in this weekend, buddy? 3. Kel knows. He's trying to blot it out of his memory. Mind you, they did win the crest with one of the best crests you'll ever see, but these aren't crests. Dommy pied split lacewing, cinnamon grey green hen, straight out of the guts of the home stud. Got to be 1,000 to start these somewhere. Let the world in at $1,000. Who's got 1,000? I've got 1,000 right there. What do you want, B-man? 11? Oh, you're just scratching your head, were you? Got 1,000 right down here. At 1,000 now. At 1,000 I've got. At 1,000, cheap pair of budgies, I tell you. At 1,000. 1,000 you bid, there's 11. 11 I've got 12 back at you. 12 I've got. At 1,200 now. 12's your bid. At 12, 13. 14. 14 I have. At 14 now. 15. 16. 16's the bid. At 1,600. 17. 18. 18 I've got. At 1,800 now. At 18. At 1,800. Gonna sell them. 19's out here. 2's there. 21's there. 22 back at you. 22 I've got. At 2,200. At 22 now. At 2,200, 23. 24. 24 now. At 2,400. At 24. At 24. What are you, a one-hit wonder out there? 25. 26. 26 I've got. At 26 now. 27. And 8. Back at you. 28. At 28 now. 29. 3. 3 I've got. At 3. 3's your bid. At 3,000. At 3 now and I sell. 31. And 2. 32. At 3,200 now. At 3,2, 3,3. 3,4. 34. At 3,400. At 34 now we sell. Done. All done. 35. 36. 36 I have. At 36, 37. 38. 38's your bid. At 3,800 now. At 3,800 and we sell them. 39 and 4. 4 I've got. At 4. At 4,000 now. At 4 now, 42. 42. Don't look at her, look at me. 42. 42, 44. 44 I've got. At 44 now. 46. 46 I've got. At 4,600. At 4,6 now we sell. Done. All done. What's that number, Nico? Nick's in a world of his own. Hey, Nick, what's the number? 45, 4,600. Hey, our judges, Bader and Turnbull. Pair of dark-eyed clears, lovely pair of dark-eyed clears. They judged the dark-eyed clear class. They've been breeding dark-eyed clears ever since they were part of the ANBC matrix. Constantly at the top end of the dark-eyed clear class in Victoria. Lovely pair of dark-eyed clears. Give me 1,000 to get these ones going. 1,000 to start me. Good pair of dark-eyed clears. Who's got 1,000 to get them rolling? 1,000 anywhere. Nice pair of dark-eyed clears. 1,000 to get them started. You tell me then. Give me 8. 8 to get them rolling. 800 to start them. 8 anywhere. No dark-eyed clear breeders here. Who's got 6 then? 600 to start them. I got 6 down there. 6 is your bid. At 600 now. Look on here. Cheap pair of budgies. 6 I've got. At 600. And 7. 7's your bid. At 700 now. 8. 8 I've got. At 800. At 8 there's 9. 9 I've got. At 900 now. At 9, go on, they're worth it. 9 I've got. At 900 there's 1,000. 1,000's your bid. And 11 back at you. 1,100 I have now. At 1,100 there's 12. 12 I've got. At 1,200. At 12 there's 13. 13's your bid. At 1,300. At 13 now we sell them. Done. All done at 1,300. Oh, 54, 1,300. What's next? Oh, Derek Poole. Hadn't he done a really good job this weekend? For a man of his vintage? He'd probably rather be fishing. 4th in the clearwings this weekend in a really, really strong class of clearwings. The hen's a sister, correct? So the hen's the sister to the bird that run 4th in the clearwings just yesterday. This is a lovely pair of clearwings, really good contrast. As deep a start of clearwings as you're going to find. Got to be $1,000 for these guys somewhere. These are really quality clearwings. Come on, clearwing breeders. I know you don't spend much money on budgies, but you know, these have got to be worth 1,000. And I've got 1,000 there to start them. 1,000 I've got. At 1,000 now. At $1,000. Don't forget, a clearwing Logie's as good as a bloody grey-green one. 1,000 I've got. At 1,000 now. At 1,000. One bid's going to get them. 1,000 I've got. I've got 11 out the back now. At 1,100. 11's your bid. Now I've got 12. 12 I have. At 1,200. At 12 now. 13. 13 I've got. At 1,300, there's 14. 14 I have now. At 1,400. At 14. 15. 15's your bid. At 1,500. At 15 now, 16. 16 I have. At 1,600 now. Good pair of clearwings. 16 I've got. At 16 now, we sell. Oh, have you got permission to do that? 1,700. 17 I've got. Where is she? Sitting outside the door. 1,700. Did you allow him to do that? No, I didn't think so. 17 I've got there. It's going to be an interesting car ride home, isn't it? 17 got 18 now. 1,800. 19. 19 I've got. At 1,900 now. At 1,900. At 19 now we sell. Done. All done at 1,900. Number 2, 1,900. That'll be one more than Beta. Lot 8. Now, Lot 8 is from Davey Dunn in New South Wales. And this Sky Cock, he was up here just stressing out a little before, but he's got some real quality about him. He's a brother to last year's national winner in the Sky class. This is a nice pair of budgies from Davey Dunn. You don't often get to buy brothers. Sometimes you get to buy national winners like last year or birds that come second. It's a really, really good sort of a budgie, the brother to last year's national winner. Give me 1,000 to start these ones. Good pair of budgies from Davey Dunn. 1,000 to kick them off. 1,000 anywhere. Good pair of budgies. 1,000 to get them going. $1,000. Cheap as chips. 1,000 anywhere. Nobody. Give me 8 then. Give me 8 and call it an auction. 800 to start them. 800 I've got out there. 800's your bid. At 800 now. At 8. 8 I've got. Take a little 100 anywhere. 8's your bid. At $800 now. At 800. At 8, one bid's going to get them. At 800 now. Can't hang all day. 800 I've got. At $800, there's 9. 9's your bid. At 900. At 900 now. Now I've got 1,000. 1,000's the bid. At 1,000. At 1,000 now. At 1,000 now, we sell them. Done. All done at 1,000. 21, 1,000. Lot 9. It's really unusual not to have Gary Gazzard at the Nationals, I must say. At least the little bugger stumped up with a pair of birds. And we've got all those lovely melanistic spangles down the back, and he has been one of the biggest proponents of melanistic spangles for years. And here's your opportunity to buy a lovely melanistic cock and a nice spangle hen. Straight out of the Gazzard stuff. I don't need to tell you about Gazzard birds. There's probably so many of the national winners we've had here today got a splash of Gazzard in them somewhere. Let the world in for $1,000. Pair of Gazzard spangles. Give me $1,000 to start them. Do I hear a yeah? No? $1,000. 1,000 I've got right out there. 1,000 I have. At 1,000 now. At 1,000, look on here. Gazzard spangles. 1,000 I've got. At 1,000, take a little 100 anywhere. 1,000 I have. At 1,000, there's my 100. There's blah blah blah. Yibbida yibbida. There's 12, and he's back at 13. 13 I've got. Now I've got 14. 14's your bid. At 1,400. At 14 now. 14 I've got. At 1,400. At 1,400 now. Going to sell them. At 1,400 now, and I sell 15. 15 I've got. At 1,500 now. At 15 and we sell. Done. All done at 1,500. 52, 1,500. Oh, he's here. Adrian Prager's here, lot 10. Adrian had a cracking golden-faced grey cockbird last year, won the Nationals. He's put in a lovely pair of golden faces for lot 10. Really, really lovely birds. If you're interested in getting into golden faces or you need a good outcross, here's a great pair of budgies for you. Lot 10 from Adrian Prager. Give me another 1,000 to start them. You won't buy golden faces like this every day. Really good pair of budgies. 1,000 to kick them off. Who's got 1,000 to start me? 1,000 for the golden faces. 1,000 anywhere. Nobody. Give me 8 to kick them off then. 800 I've got out here. 800 worth every cent of that, I can tell you. 800 I've got. At 800 now. 8's your bid. At 800. At 800 now, looking for a little 9 somewhere. 800 I've got. At 8 now. At 800. Cheap pair of budgies, I can tell you. 800 I have. At 800. At 8 now. At 800. Gonna sell them. One bid will get them. At 800. At 800 now, and I sell. Done. All done at $800 and I sell. Done. He who's brave wins. Bidder number 11, $800. I reckon you'll be really happy with them. Now, Roy Blair. Everyone down here knows Roy Blair, don't they? They should. Now, I should have asked you, Roy. The cockbird was in the Tassie team. Where'd he come? He didn't get anywhere. He was missing some flying gear, so he didn't get placed. Oh, you didn't bench him. Right, gotcha. But he would have won otherwise, wouldn't he? And I noticed that this pair of whitecaps are brother and sister. Because that's how you do it down here in Tasmania, isn't it? Hey, I didn't write the stuff in the catalogue, okay? Would you recommend pairing them together? Even you wouldn't do that. Even a Tasmanian wouldn't do that. So there you go. Take them home, pair them to something else, and then try and breed the ones with 2 heads. Hey, this is a nice pair of whitecaps, though, from Roy Blair. Who's got 1,000 to kick them off? Good pair of whitecaps. 1,000 to get me started. 1,000 anywhere. Nice pair of whitecaps. Who's got 1,000 to get them going? Make it an auction. Give me 800 then. 8 to start them. 800 anywhere. Brother and sister. Build a family. Yeah. You know how it works. 800 to get them going. 800 anywhere. Nice pair of budgies. 800 I have. At 800 now. 8's your bid. 800 I've got. Cheap budgies here. 800 I have. There's 9. 9 I've got. At 900 now. 9 I've got. At 9. There's 1,000. 1,000 I have. At 1,000 now. 1's your bid. At 1,000. At 1,000 on the phone. 1,000 I've got. At 1,000, 11. 11 I have now. At 1,100. At 1,100 I've got now. At 1,100 now. We're going to sell them. At 1,100 now, and I sell. Done. All done at 1,100. 29, 1,100. Lot 12. Pardon me. From Mal and Rob Randall. Good breeders of dilutes in our part of the world in Victoria. We call these blokes the bumpkins. Because they are bumpkins, I can tell you. The youngest bumpkin passed his judge's exam this weekend, which is really good. And he's a superior judge to his father. There's no doubt about that. We all learned about that on Friday night and on the perch. It's a good thing there's something separating the two of them. Or maybe the old man and me, there's probably a good thing separating that. Hey, these guys breed really, really good dilutes. If you're serious about dilutes, in fact, I've got one of their dilutes at my place. That's how high I rate them. This is a good pair of budgies. That cockbird's a really good budgie. Get on board, dilute breeders. Who's got 1,000 to kick me off? Good pair of dilutes. You're bidding this time. Don't you trust him? Okay. 1,000 I have. I've got $1,000 right here. 1,000's at the bid. At 1,000 now. At $1,000. 1,000 I've got. Cheap pair of dilutes. 1,000 I have. Who's got 11? 1,000 I've got. At 1,000 now. At 1. Gonna sell them. At 1,000. Cheap budgies. 1,000 I've got. At 1,000 now. There's 11. At 11 there, I've got Ross in at 12. Now I've got 13 back at you and you're all out. 13 I've got. At 13 now. At 1,300. 13's your bid. At 1,300 now. 14, 15, 6, 2. Hey. I was going to say something and then I decided not to. 2,000. I'm trying to be better. 2,000 I've got here. And you scared the hell out of Tammy. 2,000 I've got. At 2,000 now, Ross is not happy either. 2 I've got. At 2,000 now. At 2 now, and I sell them. Done. A bit of 12. 2,000. $13 from Glenn and Tanya Sinclair. Lacewing cock, brother to the lacewing they had that won the lacewing class last year in Ballarat, who was also the father of the one that come fourth today. And that makes it a sorry? It was sixth, was it? Oh, that's a bit sadder, isn't it? All right, sixth. Got the wrong intel from Mr. Holmes, but anyway. Run 6, but then he is a brother to the hen. If you can follow all that. So it's a son of last year's national winner. He runs 6. Sorry. The cock is a brother to last year's national winner. The son is a son of the bird that runs 6th is a... It's really rare. They're really closely related, okay? You know how it works. Half of it's in the catalogue. The bit you need to know is the one that runs 6th is the son of last year's national winner. No, stop there. Just stop there, you're confusing me. Righto. Obviously, you're not going to buy a better pair of lacings than this. unless we've got another pair to sell later in the auction. But let's focus on these ones. From Glenn and Tanya Sinclair, pair of lacewings. 1,000 somewhere. 1,000 to kick them off. 1,000 anywhere. Can't get better bred lacewings than this. Who's got 1,000 to start them? 1,000 I've got right there. 1,000 I have. At 1,000 now. 1,000 I've got. Really good lacewings for $1,000, I can tell you. At 1,000 now. 1,000's your bid. At 1,000. At 1, I'm going to sell them. At 1, 1,100 I have there. 12's back at you. 12 I've got. At 1,200. At 12 now. At 12. At 12 now. 15. 15's there. 16 back at you. 2. 2 I've got. 22's here. 25. 25. 3. 3 grand there. I've got 3,000 here. At 3 now. And I tell you what, young fella, I'll let you in for a little 100. You've got 3,000 right here. 3,000's your bid. Let you in for a little 100. Oh, you want to make it 32? All right then. 32 I've got. He can have them. Are you sure? I've got to keep up the theatrics. 32 I've got, okay? At 32 now. You sure? You done? Are you all done? Anyone else playing? What's your number, Phil? 50. $57. Righto. Marshall family, lot 14. Pair of albinos. Now it says here the cock was in the South Australian team, but Troy told me it was the hen. So I'm a bit confused. Their albino run 11th, okay? Their albino run 11th in the show this week, or this weekend. They've been breeding albinos for a damn long time, the Marshalls. They've got had good albinos. Here's an opportunity to pick up a pair from them. Give me 1,000 to get them started. Really good albinos. 1,000 to start them. Who's got 1,000? I've got 1,000 over there. 1,000's your bid. I've got 1,100 back at you. At 11 now. 11 I have. Yeah, that's you. I can make it 12 if you want to. 11 I have. At 1,100 now. At 11. At 11, 12's in front. At 1,200 now. 12 I've got. At 1,200. At 12, 13, 14, 15 here. 15 here. 16 back at you. 17, 18, 19, 2. 2 I've got. At 2,000. Come on, I know you're good for it. 22. 22 I have. At 2,200. At 22 now. At 22. At 22 now and we sell. Done. All done at 2,200. 14, 2,200. Oh. She's taking your money off you. Lot 15. Jason and Wayne Wiedenhofer. Pair of clear bodies. I think we all know how good the Wiedenhofer clear bodies have been. They're always in the national team. They had one this year that ran 8th. They've won the clear body class in the past. A lovely pair of solid clear bodies. Good wide looking hen good shouldered hen. If you're serious about clear bodies, get on board here. Who's got 1,000? Good pair of clear bodies, 1,000 to kick them off. Good pair of clear bodies from Wiedenhofer's, 1,000 to get them going. No one likes clear bodies apparently. 1,000 anywhere. Give me 8 then. Let the world in. $800 to get them started. 8 to get them moving. Good pair of South Australian clear bodies, 800 anywhere. 8 to start them. 8 I've got right here. At 800 now. 8's your bid. At 800. At 8. At 800 now. There's 9 on the phone. 9 I've got. 900 right out there. At 900 now. 900 I have. This is a cheap pair of budgies, I can tell you. 900's a bid. At 900. At 9. At 9 now. I'm going to sell them. At 900, there's 1,000. 1,000 I've got. At 1,000 now. At 1,000 now, we sell. Done. All done at 1,000. 11. 12. 12 back at you. At 1,200 now, we sell. Done. 13. 14. 1,400. At 1,400 now. 15. 15 I've got. At 1,500. At 15 now, we sell them. Done. 45, 1,500. Oh, here we go. Righto, lot 16. Half from me and half from Slady. What was that? Mr. Fallow and Mrs. Fallow. Oh, you got to take your pick. Well, I'd like to think I was Mr. Fallow. I am I? Oh, thanks, Derek. How's that feel, Mrs. Fallow? We just thought we'd do something different here, and we went and put a budgie in each and called it a pair. As you know, last year I won the Fallows at Ballarat. This year Ray come second in the Fallow class here. You can see them, they're good budgies. Good ones are hard to breed. I think this is a nice pair of budgies. Who's got 1,000 to kick them off? Good pair of Fallows, 1,000 to get them going. Serious about Fallows? Here's a good way to start. 1,000 to get them going. 1,000 anywhere, I've got 1,000 over there. 1,000 I have. At 1,000 now. Cockbird's a half-brother, last year's national winner. 1,000 I have. There's 11. 1,100 now. At 1,100. At 11 I've got. There's 12. 12 I have. At 1,200 now. 13. 13 I've got. At 1,300, 14. 14's your bid. At 1,400 now. At 14. At 1,400 now. At 14. Gonna sell them. I've got 15 here, 16's there. 16 I've got. At 1,600 now. 16's your bid. 17 over there. 17 I've got. At 1,700 now. There's 18. 18 I've got. At 1,800. At 1,800 now. And I'm going to sell them. At 1,800 now. And we sell. Got new blood out there at 19. Do you want in at 2, Ross? Are you sure? Is that a scary number for you? 19 I got out the back. At 1,900. It doesn't feel as bad, does it? 19 versus 2. 19 I've got right out the back now. At 1,900. At 19 now, got 2,000 there. 2 I've got. At 2,000. At 2 now, 21. 21's your bid. At 2,100. At 21 now, 22. 22 I've got. At 22. 23. 23's the bid. At 2,300. At 23 now. 24. 24 I've got. Come on, Russell, you know the birds. 24 I've got. At 24, don't listen to that. Don't listen to her, listen to me. 24 I've got. 25 now. 25's your bid. At 2,500. At 25, 26. 26 now. At 2,600 now, and we sell. Done. All done at 2,600. Number 1, 2,600. No, we're back in the 1950s. Yeah, I get the money, and I give you the housekeeping money. I did say we're in the 1950s, okay? I didn't say it's today. 17, Ken and Janet Harris. Dominant pied cock, grey-green hen, good pair of budgies. Bit of Holmes blood in it as well. What is it? The hen's a full sister to the national winning Dommy Pied hen from Ballarat. Here's a good pair of budgies. Take them home, breed some really nice pieds. Who's got 1,000 to start me? 1,000 to kick them off. Good pair from Ken and Janet Harris. 1,000 to get them going. 1,000 anywhere. 1,000 to start them. 1,000 to get them going. Give me 800 then. 800 to start them. 8 anywhere. 800 to kick them off. 800 I got down here. At 800 now. 8's your bid. 800 I've got. At 8, take these home. Probably breed a national winner. 800 I have. At 800 now. At 8, gonna sell them. One bid will get them. At 800. At 800 now, and I sell. There's 9 out the back. Oh, and there's 1,000 right here. 1,000 I've got. At 1,000 now. At 1,000. 1,000's your bid. At 1,000 now. At 1,000, there's 11. 11 I have. At 1,100 now. At 1,100 now, and I sell. Done. All done at 11. 29, 1,100. Lot 18. Now, there's a little correction in your catalogue. The ring number of the Pied Spangle Cinnamon Hen, that's her hen there, nice looking hen, is actually 1143 of 22. It's the same hen that was catalogued, it's just the wrong ring number. Okay? Good pair of budgies from Kevy O. Bit sad not to have him here, he's heaps of fun today, but I'm sure we'll see him in Queensland. Let's go. Kevy O'Callaghan budgies. Who's got 1,000 to kick me off? 1,000 to get them going. Good pair of budgies from Kevy. Who's got 1,000 to start them? 1,000 anywhere. 1,000 to kick them off. Good pair of budgies here. 1,000 I've got. 1,000 anywhere. 1,000. Get them going. Nobody. Anybody. Give me 8 then. 800 to start them. 800 I've got. At 800 now. 8's your bid. At 800. Look on here. Cheap pair of budgies. 800 I have. At 8 now. At 800. At 8. Gonna sell them. At 800. Just looking for a little 9 to keep it going. At 800. There's my 9 out there. 900 I've got. At 900 now. 1,000 back at you. 1,000 I've got. At 1,000. 1,100's the bid. At 1,100 now. At 1,100. At 1,100 now. Cheap budgies, I can tell you that. 1,100 I've got. At 1,100 now, and I sell them. Done. All done at 1,100. Number 50, 1,100. Oh, here we go. 19. Jeffrey Leong. Now, this year, what did Jeffrey win this year? It's like, what did you win this year? You know, it's like he wins one every bloody year. Lacewings, 3rd in the hens. I don't know, his name was up there heaps all weekend. No. You know how good Jeffrey's birds are. He's a Hall of Famer. I don't know what he's up to now. Hell no. Where is the little bloke? Can't see him. Oh, there he is, right down the back. How many wins, Jeffrey, now? 14. I'm catching you. 14. Lutes are his specialty. And you're getting to buy a pair of Jeffrey Leong lutes here. They speak for themselves. I'm not going to crap on too much. I'm going to let the world in $1,000. I've got 1,000 there. I've got 1,100 there. 12. What's that? 5? 13, 14, 15. 2's here. 22's there. 2,200 now. 22 I've got. At 2,200 now. 25. 25 I have. At 2,500. 25's your bid. I'll take a little 100 anywhere. 25 I've got. At 2,500 now. At 2,500. I tell you, that's not bad money for these. 2,500 I have. At 25, looking for 26. 25 I've got. At 26 now. 26 is your bid. At 2,600. 26 I have. At 26, bids out the back. At 2,600 now. At $2,600 and I sell. 27. 28. There's a smart man. 2,800. At 28 now. He can see the value. 2,800 I've got. At 28. At 2,800. I got new blood from a very smart man right out the back, 29. There's 3 back at you. 3 I've got. Because you're a good bloke, I'm going to keep it in hundreds for you. 31. 32. 33 and 4. 35. 36. 36 I've got. At 36, you know how good these birds are. You see them at every damn shield in Victoria. 36, I've got them right here. 36 I have. At 3,600. At 3,600 now and I sell them. Done. All done. 40, 3,600. Hey, lot 20 from Vic Murray. There's a correction in the catalogue. 83 is the ring number of the hen. You can read all the stuff there from Vic, but have a look at that double factor Spangle cockbird. Isn't he a ripper? Isn't that a good budgie? Give me 1,000. 1,000 a key. You got 1,000? 1,000 I've got right here. 1,000's your bid. At 1,000 now, bids at the front. At 1,000 now. Got 11 out the back. 1,100 now, 12. 12 I've got. At 1,200 now. 12's your bid. At 12. Auctions today, not tomorrow. 13. 13 I have. 15 at the front. 1,500 now. At 1,500. At $1,500 now and we sell. Done. All done at 1,500. I can't sell them at that. 16. 1,600 I got there. 1,600. At 1,600 now. At 16, 17. 18. 18 I've got. 1,800 now. At 1,800 now. At 1,800 now and I sell them. There's a good pair of budgies for $1,800, I tell you. 18 I've got. 19? Or you're just agreeing with me? $1,800 out the back. At 1,800 now and I sell them. Done. All done at 18. 17, $1,800. Righto, 21's a pair of mine, pair of opalines. People have asked me what's this platinum rubbish. It's just the line in my computer program that tells me which family they're from. It's nothing more. Okay, probably shouldn't be in the catalogue, but it was on the pedigree that I sent down to Derek, so he printed it. For those who didn't hear that, said this is the first time an explanation in a catalogue of mine has been longer than one of Troy's. And I'm right. Probably tells you that I really like this pair of budgies, and I do. They are. I said this last year. For me, every national auction should be a reluctant sale. If you're not putting something in there that you think you should be breeding from yourself at a national auction, well, you know, you're not treating it with the respect it needs. These well and truly fall into that category. The same members of the same family come 1 and 2 in the opalines this weekend. I can't offer you any better. Who's got 1,000 to kick them off? 1,000 I've got there. That 1,000 of the opalines, I've got 11 out the back. 1,100 now. 11's your bid. At 1,100, 12's at the front. At 12, 13 I've got. 1,300, 14. 14's your bid. At 14 now, 15. 15 I've got. At 1,500 now. There's 16. 16 I have. At 1,600, 17. 17's on the phone. At 1,700 now, 18. 18 I've got. At 18, there's 2. 2's your bid. 21, 22, 22 I've got, at 2200 now. I've got 23 right out the back on the phone, I've got 24 in here. 25, 25 I've got, at 2500, at 25 now, at 2500, gonna sell them 26, 27, 27 I've got 28, 28 now 29, 29's your bid, at 2900 there's 3 I've got, 31's there, at 31 now, at 3100 32, 33, 33 now 34, 35, 35 I've got, at 3500, at 35 now, at 3500 now, and I sell them. Done. All done at 3500 and I sell. Done. I'm just hoping. 31, 3500. Oh, bugger. Jeffrey beat me again. It's not like we're not competitive in Victoria, is it? Oh, how good's this? The bloke who won the recessive pieds today is selling a pair of recessive pieds in the auction. Normie Wheatley. You heard him, for those, or you probably didn't hear it. I had the good opportunity, or good fortune to be able to hear Normie get interviewed by the guys doing the live commentary, because I had Normie in my earpiece, or the commentary in my earpiece. So I got to hear that. Everyone that's out here probably didn't. Normie telling his recessive pied journey and just how much work it is to get really, really good quality recessive pieds and to get them to the standard that means the bird's in the top left-hand corner up here on the national podium. He won the recessive today. This is a really good pair of recessives. That cockbird's no slouch, I can tell you. If you're serious about recessives, give me $1,000 to start them. 1,000 anywhere. 1,000 I have right there. $1,000 now for the recessives. At 1,000 now. At 1,000 I've got. At 1,000 I've got 11 there. 11 now 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 and 18, 19, 2, 22, 24, 26, 28, 3, 32, 34, 36. Tone. New blood right there, 4. 4 I've got. At 4,000 now. At $4,000 now for the recessives. At 4. At 4,000. Serious money for serious birds. 4,000 I've got. At 4,000 now, and we sell. Done. All done at 4,000. 12, 4,000. Oh, everyone was saving their money for this pair, weren't they? Hey, isn't it? I mean, he's not going to be with us that much longer. It's not like he can use the money for much. Come on, you've usually got something. You're going to save it up, are you? You can tell we get on all right. Used to. We get on all right in public, apparently. Hey, I don't need to tell you much about these. You know he won the hens class today with a really, really good cinnamon hen. You've got a pair of cinnamons here. These birds... Hunter won... We have, as you know, in Victoria, we have our shields. He won grand champion at the 4 shields leading up to the Young Bird Shield. That has never been done before. So, you know, Young Bird, UBC, Adult, won 4 of them in a row. That is unsurpassed and probably will never, ever happen again. I don't need to tell you how good these birds are. You can see it. You saw the hen that won today. Let's not dick around. Give me $2,000 to start these. 2 I've got there. At 2,000 now. 2's your bid. At 2,000. At 2. At 2,000 now. 2 I've got. At 2. At 2,000. Come on. What's going on here? 2 I have. at 2,000. I'll let the world in for a little $100 then. 2,000 I've got. 21's there. 22 back at you. 22 I've got. Hey, buddy. 23, 24, 25, 26 on the phone. 3 grand's right here. 3 I've got. At 3,000 now. 3's your bid. At 3,000. At 3. 32. 35. 35 I've got. At 35. At 3,500. At 35. At 35 now, I'll let the world in for a little $100. 3,500's right here. At 3,500 now, and I'm going to sell them. Hello, 36. 36 I've got. At 3,600. Are you scanning the room to see if Rosie's here? 36 I've got. At 3,600. 37. 37. 38. 4. I've got 4 right there. 4 I've got. At 4. How many beasts do you have to sell to get $4,000 these days? Too many. 4 I've got. At 4. At 4,000 now, and I'm going to sell them. At 4,000 I sell. Done. All done at 4,000. 55. 4,000. You know I will be really sad when it happens, Ian. It's not listening. I said I will be really sad when it happens. You won't know. 24. Oh, there's lots of stuff going on here. It's a replacement bird from the Marshall family. It's a normal green. It's a normal green split lacewing and a lacewing yellow hen. That's what we got from the Marshalls, and they run 9th in the lacewings today. Let's get on board with these. Who's got 1,000 to start these? 1,000 anywhere. 1,000 to kick them off. 1,000 to get them going. Good pair from the Marshall family. 1,000 to start them. 1,000. Give me 800 then. 800 to kick them off. 800. 800 to get them started. 5. I'll take you 5. 500 I got. He's back at you at 6. 600 I have. At 600 now. 6 is your bid. At 600. There's 7. 7 I've got. At 700 now. 7 I have. At 700. At 7, gonna sell them. At 700, at 7 now. At 700 now, and we sell. Now we've got 8. 8's there, got 9 on the phone. 900 I have. At 900 now. At 900 now, there's 1,000. 1,000 I have. At 1,000. At 1,000 now, and I sell. 11. 12. Oh, no, 11. 11 I got out here. At 1,100 now. At 1,100 now, and we sell. Done. All done at 1,100. 45, 1,100. Righto, so just so you know, the ring numbers came in after the catalogue was printed for the Kokoski birds lot 25. The cockbird is 301 of 23, and the hen is 143 of 24. In Ballarat, Kelvin run 1 and 3, and over here this weekend he run 1 and 3, and he run 2 and 3 in the clear wings over here this weekend. It just says clear wing light green in the catalogue. I have a sneaking suspicion that the cockbird might have a bit of Spangle in it. I'm going to let you make your own mind up. You can see the birds, what's got written in the catalogue. You're buying them, not me. I just thought I'd point that out. Okay, it's up to you to make sure that you're happy with what you're buying. Kokoski's clearwings speak for themselves. Okay? One of the most consistent breeders of clearwings in the country. You can tell by his show results. They're a good pair of budgies. Who's got 1,000 to start me? 1,000 to kick them off. 1,000 for the Kokoski clearwings. Should be everywhere. 1,000 anywhere. Give me 1,000 to start them. 1,000 to go. Give me 800 then. 800 to start. Give me 800 to start them. 800. 800 anywhere. 800 for the clearwings. 800 I've got out the back. At 800 now. At 800. At 800 now. Look on here. 800 I've got. Kokoski clearwings. 800's your bid. At 800 now. At 800, one bid will get them. At 800, you can't go to Kelvin's place and buy them for that money. 900 I've got. 9's your bid now. There's 1,000. 1,000 I have. At 1,000. At 1,000, 1,100. 11 I've got. At 1,100 now. 11's your bid. At 1,100. Now I've got 1,500. 15 I have. At 1,500. At $1,500 now, and we sell. Done. All done at 1,500. Number 15, 1,500. Hey, last year's black eye winner, Donnie Rickson, has got a really good pair of black eyes here. One of the most consistent breeders of black eyes, not only in Victoria but in Australia. There he is. Hello, Donnie. It's always tough selling black eyes, isn't it, Don? But when they're this good, everyone should be on them. Let's go. Pair of Donnie Rickson black eyes. 1,000 to get me started. Who's got 1,000 for the black eyes? 1,000 to get them going. 1,000 anywhere. 1,000 to start them. Ian Hunter, you're not interested in some black eyes, are you? No? Too hard for you, you reckon? Stick to the easy varieties. 1,000 to get them going. 1,000. Give me 800 then. 800 I've got here. 1,000? 1,000 I've got out the back. I've got 1,100 now. 11's your bid now. I've got 12, 13, 14, 15. 15 I've got. At 1,500 now. 15's your bid. At 1,500. At 15. Gonna sell them. At 1,500 now. At 1,500 and I sell. Done. All done at 15. Number 40, 1,500. $27 from Mark Brennan. It was a pair of grey wings. Grey wing cock, opaline grey wing hen. Mark run 10th in the grey wings this year. Won the grey wings last year. Really good stud of consistent grey wings in Victoria. Lovely pair of budgies. 1,000 to kick them off. 1,000 for the grey wings. 1,000 I've got right out there. Are you allowed to bid again? You are. She said she's not listening. I suppose she did. 1,000 I've got. At 1,000 now. 1,000's your bid for the grey wings. At 1,000. Good pair of grey wings here. Look on here. 1,000 I've got. At 1,000 now. 1,100's over there. 11's your bid. At 1,100. At 11 now. At 1,100 now. At 1,100. Gonna sell them. Cheap grey wings. At 1,100. At 1,100 now, and we sell. Hello, Bevo. 12. 13's behind you. 14's with you. 1,400 now. At 1,500. 15 I've got 16. 1,600 now. At 16. 17. 17 I've got. At 1,700 now. At 1,700 now, and I sell. Done. Number 11, 1,700. Righto, we're getting there. Oh, Jesus. Righto. The Bradley family. Steve and Bev, third in the crest today. Where's Steve? He was around here somewhere. There he is. Third today. The bird that come first, the bird that come first in the crest class today, which is one of the best crests I've seen, I've got to say, is out of a pair of Steve Bradley's birds. So not ones that he's taken home and paired to other birds, just straight out of a pair of Bradley birds. Are you starting me at 2,000? Yes. You are? Yeah. So I haven't finished crapping on yet. I got $2,000 right there from a man who knows how good these crests are. And just 2,000. You're not going to buy better crests than this. 2,000 I've got. I've got 21 out there. 22. 22 I've got. At 2,200 now. At 22. 23, 24, 25. 25 I've got. At 25 now. 26, 27, 28. 3. 32. 32 now. At 3,200. At 32. This opportunity's not going to come around again. But 34 there, I'll give you some thinking time, but he's in at 36. 36 is the number you're chasing now. 38. 4 is right here. 4,000 I've got. At 4, you're out on the phones. 4 I've got. At 4,000 now, 42. 44. 44 I have. At 4,400. At 4,400 now. At 4,004. At 44 now. Look who just walked in the room. At 4,400 now, and I sell them. Done. All done at 44. 40, 4,400. Did you get that number, Bev? 4,400. $29. Hey, this is a good pair of budgies. This hen's a bit of a cracker. I'll give you the tip. That is a really good hen. From the Bowl family. Come second in the clear bodies this weekend, fourth in the yellow faces. You've got a nice grey cock and you've got a spanking yellow face hen. Let's get serious. Who's got a couple of grand for him? Nobody. Nobody's brave. Who's got 2 to kick him off? He's got 2 out there. 2 I've got. He's got 22. 22 I've got. 24. No, yes, 24. 26. 28. 28 I've got. There's 3. 32. 34. 36. 38. 4. 42. 44. 44 I've got. At 4,400 now. 44 is your bid. 46. 48. 4,800. At 48, 5. 5 I've got. At 5. I'll let you in for a little 100. You never know. Sometimes it just breaks them. 51. But I've got 52 on the phone and I've got 53 here. 5,300. 5-3. Bids out the back on the phone. 54. 55. 55 I've got. At 5,500 now. 56 is on the phone. 57's there. What are you doing, councillor? 57. 57 now. You've come all this way. It's only a couple $100. 58. 58, 59. 59 I've got. Untidy number. You're the treasurer, you should know. 5,900. 59. 6. 6 I've got. 61. 61. At 61. Are you sure about that? 61. at 6,100. You get to take them home today. 6,100. Put them in a breeding cage tomorrow. $6,100 I've got. At 6,1 now, and I sell. Done. All done at 6,1. 13, 61. Righto, now you know that lot 30's withdrawn. Now we've got a couple of little things here. As you know, Roy is getting out of budgies. So I've got a couple of things, and this is to go to help fund the replacement of the ill-fated trailer, the stolen trailer. So you've got Rob Marshall's budgerigar book. You cannot buy this anymore. If you haven't got one, you won't be able to go and buy one. But you can get one here today. Okay? Marshall's budgerigar book. I don't know, I can't remember. I got one of these at home, Roy. What are they worth? The last one you saw go online was $400. $400. Give me $100 and let the world in. $100 I got out there. 100's your bid. At $100, 120 I've got now. 120's the bid. At 120. Is that 400? 140 I've got. 160. 160 now. 180. 180 I have 200. 200 now. 2's your bid. At 200, 220. 220, 240. 240, 260. 260 I got. 260 I have. At 260 now, bids over there. 260 I've got. At 260, 280. 280 now. 300. 3 I have. 400. Right there. 400 I got. All this money goes to NTBS. 400 I have. 420. 420 now. 420 I've got. At 420. All for a good cause. 440. 460. 460 I've got. At 460 now. At 460, 480. And I got, well, you were in at 480, but he come in at 5. 5 I've got. You're still going. 520. 520 I've got. At 520 now. At $520, gonna sell it. At 520 and we sell. Done. All done at 520. Number 10, 520. Now, we've got the print, which is number 65 of 100. Roy Applin, signed print of the standard. What are they worth, Roy? No, that's the wrong answer. You meant to say confidently, that's worth $300. There's a difference between... Oh, no, Lee Downey's a miserable coot. He'll tell you the lowest price you can get. How much? 500, Lee. You reckon 500? Well, let's start at 200 and see where it takes us. Who's going to give me 200 for the print? Standard. ANBC standard print signed by the artist. What do you want? You're in for 2? Good man. 200 I've got. At 200 now, take a little 20 anywhere. 220 I have. 240, 260, 280, 300, 320, 320, 340, 360. 360 I've got. You're out, Tammy. 360, 380, 400, 420. 420 I've got. At 420. At 420 now. At 420 now, this side of the room can play. 420 and I got it right there. At $420 now. At 420 and I sell. Done. All the money goes to a good cause. At 420 and I sell it. Done. Well done, Tammy. What's your number? What's your bidder's number, Tammy? 30. Righto now, these strange people that don't drink, that have decided to offer up their prizes. This is a bottle of Tassie single malt whiskey in a box that says, from the Launceston Distillery, Australian National Budgerigar Show 2024. You'll like this, Hunter. No, I'm not going to open the... Not going to... What do you think, I'm going to take a swig and then sell it? I don't drink scotch anyway. And on the bottle, Australian National Budgerigar Show 2024. There it is. Right? The official whiskey for the Nationals. Now, I'm sure you'd like this, Ian Hunter, wouldn't you? Now, this is valued at $160. You're going to give me 100 to start it, old fella? I've got 100 here, but I've got 200 behind you. 200 I've got. At 200 now. One off. 200. 200's the bid. At 200 now. Take a little 20 anywhere. 200 I've got. At 2. At 200 now. At 2. Hello, 220. 250. 250, 300. 300 I got. 350. 350 I have. At 350 now. At 400. 4's your bid. 450. 450 I've got. At 450. At 450 now we sell it. Done. All done at 450. 26, 450. Righto, and lastly, I got a bottle of beautiful Hentley Farm. That'll be a bottle of Hentley Farm Shiraz, I would think. Oh, I'd drink it in a heartbeat. A lovely bottle of Hentley Farm Shiraz. This is really good stuff. This is from Michael Smith, who just bought the whiskey. Tells you where he sits, doesn't it? Valued at $40. Who's got 20 to start it? Bottle of Hentley Farm Shiraz. 20 I got out the back. At 20 now. At $20. At 20 you can't buy it from Dan's for that price. 20 I got. Is that 30? 40. 40 I've got now. 40's your bid right out the back. At $40. At 40 now. At 40. 50 I've got right here. 50's the bid. At 50. At $50 now we sell it. Done. All done at 50. Haven't got a bit of number? Vic Murray. It's not the BCB. Vic Murray's got the lovely bottle of wine. Righto. That's it for the auction. So come over and see Catherine when she gets back there. Now, those who to collect your birds, guys, where are they going to people collecting them from? Up here on the stage. So once you've paid your money, come up here on the stage and collect your bird. See Derek, and he'll sort you out.
Total fire bans have been declared for 4 local government areas in Tasmania today. Fire warnings have been issued for the valley as conditions are expected to deteriorate. Strong winds and soaring temperatures are expected to heighten the fire risk.
Ewan, come inside, it's time to go.
Are you bushfire ready? Have you planned for your pets?
Ewan, come and take Bella into your room like we practiced. Yep, and grab your backpack.
Contain your animals ASAP to ensure that they're close at hand when you leave. Prepare your emergency vet kit, ample water, medicines, toys, harness and lead. Keep vaccinations up to date. Ensure your animals are microchipped and have identification tags.
Hey, you it's time to go. Let's go.
My top 3 tips for feeding trill seeds are, firstly, when using trill seed with Nutri-Vit as part of a complementary diet, it can be helpful with some birds to keep the seed mix separate from pellets and even only introduce the seed later in the day to prevent your bird from consuming all its daily intake from the seed mix and not consuming any pellets or veggies. Secondly, you can be quite creative in where and how you present the seed to provide stimulation, encourage exercise and promote foraging behaviours. Thirdly, if you have the time, you may even try using trill seed with Nutri-Vit to make and bake some homemade treats. Silicone baking moulds work great for this and love hearts are always my favourite.